Radhe or Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna as they fly through space. As we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive, accepting environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, ethnicity, nationality, belief system, orientation, occupation, whatever which we categorize on the surface of human life. Let us seek to find that deeper unity at our heart as we come together as fellow spiritual seekers to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments, as we are all students of life. Hello Dylan. Hello Berry Water. Namo Buddhaya Sky Guardian. Hello 31 Planes. Hello Nish. You are a human? Good, good. Happy to hear that. I trust that you are all doing as well as you can, given whatever circumstances may be prevailing in your life at this time. You are all very early. And hello, Roxy. Namaste, Nish. Since you all are so early, I have a question of the day for you all, which you are welcome to participate in, and then we'll do a short reading, and then we'll open the floor up to questions and answers on all things spiritual, etc. But my question for today is, what is your favorite way to love someone? Or show that you love someone? There are certainly many ways in which we show love. What are some underrated or underestimated methods of showing that you love? Feel free to interpret this question in any way you deem fit, and that includes you viewers from the future watching the recording on YouTube. You can also comment in the description. Alexandra, Valissima, you share. It is to be there when they are needed. I love that. So simple. So beautiful. And thank you, Usha, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Sammy, you love to show them you love them by remembering small things they've said in the past. Ah, that is so meaningful. I love that. It always makes me happy when someone does that for me. Sabrina, you share. Acts of kindness. The small things. I like that. Yeah. Small things do add up to be a big, big thing, don't they? And hello, Marcos Daly. 31 Planes, you share. Cooking a family meal. That is definitely very, what's the word? Bringing together everyone to do something that nurtures their body. And that family get together is nurturing for the soul as well. Ayan Rajdas, you share affection. I love that. Dirty Hippie Gypsy Mom, you find ways to connect and help them feel safe and comfy. I like that. It is important to feel safe and comfy. I agree. Esther, you share. To be always there for them whenever you can. I like that. It's Lol Goggles, you ask, do I meditate? I try to be meditative in everything that I'm doing, if that answers your question. Shepherds of light, you share the impersonators are hard at work, but only one true yam. Will the real yam please stand up? No, I'm just kidding. Well, thank you for informing me, as well as knowing who the true yam is. Nish, you share by showing them love in the correct amounts. Not too much, not too much. I like that. We all have a capacity to be loved, which can sometimes be overfilled very quickly. So it's important to respect that. And thank you to Ply for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dylan, you shared that you had a friend that broke down a few days ago. There wasn't much room for words, so you just held him. I love that. And sometimes that's all you need, to hold and be held. And I agree, Sammy. Unifying is a good word. And Veronica, you share, ask them about their day and actually listen. Well said. Marcos, you share that your favorite way to show love is to be the person who gives solution, not solace. Being solution-oriented is a very wonderful mindset to have when they are open to it, of course. Some people may very much be needing solace more than solutions. But it's good that someone out there is offering solutions, as long as they have their solace as well. And Ayan, Rajdas, you share servitude. Hanuman gave this one to you. Jai Hanumanji. Violet Flame, you share that I remind you of Johnny Depp. Well, I very much enjoy Johnny Depp's acting abilities, and he's a very attractive person, in my opinion. So I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. And I'm happy to hear that you find sweetness here, Catherine. You are a very sweet participant, as always. And thank you, Nish, for your cloud bread. Radhe, Radhe. Sakiko, you share, reassuring them how much you love them in times they feel unlovable themselves. I like that. Yeah, definitely. And thank you, Carol, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, It's Lal Goggles, for your 30 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. RJ, you share that your favorite way to show someone love is by treating them the way they want to be treated. I like that. So simple, so pure. And Liv, you share to see them. I love that. Definitely. What is love if not a kind of witnessing of what they are in truth, in purity, in essence? To see that, now that is love. And Jennifer, thank you for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Nataliana Kamura, if I pronounced that right. You say hello from Brazil. Well, hello. Oi! Prince, I like your question. Is there ever a time when you are not capable of love? I believe that our capacity for love is sometimes more open than not. Sometimes that capacity can be very small, but it's always there, even in small ways, especially when we feel really down, really sad. we might be only able to show that love in ways like allowing yourself to be vulnerable around your loved ones. But even that can say a lot. And Rush Kan, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Nicole, you share being there and sincerely listening to their problems. I like that. Shepherds of Light, you share it's hard, but you try to love others as extensions of the One. Can be very difficult, but that is a very powerful form of love. And I agree to apply. Unity is very important. Welcome, Gardening Gregor G. 4B movement, you give them G kisses. Very wholesome thing to do. And Becky Sue, you share by thinking about them and their feelings in every decision you make. Now that's big, big love. I love that. And thank you, Shakira, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Everybody loves Raven. You share that your favorite way to show love is doing what you can to bring calm, peace, and stability to those around you. Well, those around you are very fortunate to have such a loving, calm, peaceful person such as yourself. And hello, random boy from your school. Nice to see you again as well. Carol, you share with truth, trust, and respect. Is there any other way? A good rhetorical question. Radhe or Radhe Anna, you share by bringing them to your favorite places. That is very sweet. And I love that. And Gregor G, you share that perhaps you would show interest in some of their interests, even if you didn't like whatever that is. And sometimes all it takes to like something more is to show a little interest. So it's a win-win for both you and them. And I agree to that. Shepherds of Light. Seva, so true. Serving others does repair the heart. Well said. And thank you, Tanhao Yu, for your heart me a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Priscilla, thank you for your ice cream cone. Jai Sita Ram. Mare Bear, you share that you show people your love by spending quality time. I like that. I like that. Shakira, you like to listen to what they have to say and give them hugs. You are a good friend. Nicola, you share such a wonderful sentiment by celebrating their happiness. So wonderful. And Skip, you share that you create a distance from your abusive mother and want to message her but can't seem to. Shouldn't she? If you are unready to make that contact point, then you are unready to, and that's okay. Whatever you are ready for, that is enough. And whatever you are unready for, it is not necessary for your growth at this time. And Rush Can, you share that you show love by being there when one's heart is in pain. I like that. Duply, you share that, if you were to describe me, you would say that I am a fun piece of mind. Thank you. I enjoy being a fun piece of mind. Alicia, you love giving hugs. I am happy to hear that. Joseph, you share that I inspired you to learn more about everything, and you find a lot of joy in understanding Gnosticism. I love to hear that. Thank you for sharing that. And it's Lol Goggles. You were wondering, what spiritual teachers and traditions am I into? A little bit of everyone and everything. And yet no one and nothing in particular. And Sarah, you share, to let them move through their motions without responding and just letting them be. Sometimes it's the only thing we can do to remain peaceful. I like that. Becky Sue, you share that acts of service is your love language. Phoenix, you share that you want people to know you love them without you saying it. Actions definitely can speak louder than words, especially when it comes to love. And good morning, Maria. And Kenny, I like that too. Choosing gentleness, even when there is fear. Now, so many wonderful ways to show people they are loved. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I am sure that we could continue exploring this for much, much more time. For now, let us continue to the next thing that I like to do in these sanghas, that is start our day with a reading. And today we are continuing Roar the Ganges. This spiritual book, written by Swami Daratmananda, takes us through his eyes as he became a Hindu monk, as he was studying under the guidance of his guru, Swami Dayananda, in an ashram in Rishikesh, a city in North India. I found it difficult to concentrate during my evening class. My mind seemed like a stubborn horse that ignored its rider's frantic commands and galloped wherever it liked. My mind seemed determined to reflect only on the life-transforming events about to transpire. At about 9 p.m., a taxi arrived and idled at the ashram entrance. Its horn blared obnoxiously until the watchman ambled over and swung the double metal gates apart to allow the taxi to drive up to the courtyard. Brahmachari Achyut, draped in a white dhoti and upper cloth, climbed out and paid the driver. I ran over to greet him and help with his luggage. Achyut's appearance had not changed since I last saw him at the Coimbatore ashram a few years ago. Although he was well into his 40s, he possessed the vitality of a much younger man. His silver-gray beard, trimmed closely to his face, contrasted with his dark skin and black-framed spectacles. He seemed surprised to find me back in Rishikesh. We spoke briefly before walking together to the office where Swami Sudhananda was waiting. Achyut bent down to touch the Swami's feet. After Achyut explained that his train arrived several hours late, Swami Sudhananda said, "You had better get ready quickly. Swami Dayananda wants to see both of you after satsang." "Both of us?" Achyut exclaimed. His eyes grew wide, and a big grin spread across his face. "Now I know why you have come back here," he said, embracing me heartily. Both Achyut and our protagonist Mark are going to be initiated into Sannyasa, Renunciation. I walked with Achyut to his room, lugging his bulky suitcase. I left him to bathe and change clothes. We met a short time later outside of Swami Dayananda's cottage. The door opened and Swami Sudhananda emerged, motioning for us to enter. I followed Achyut inside and closed the door behind me, entering Swami Dayananda's large but sparsely furnished room. 2 fluorescent lights cast their glare upon walls freshly painted, but otherwise unadorned. A bookshelf and reading lamp stood near a bed. A small table was covered with piles of papers, letters, books, and magazines. And next to the table sat Swami Dayananda on an upholstered chair. We prostrated before him and sat on the floor, awaiting his instructions. Assalamu alaikum, Noor. So Achyut, when did you arrive? Just now, Swamiji. Good. Tomorrow morning, the priests will come. A special room is being prepared for the rituals. Tomorrow night, both of you will stay there chanting the Gayatri mantra. In the morning, the priests will return to perform Viraja Homa. Then, I will take you to the river for Diksha, initiation. If either of you have any questions or doubts, now is the time to ask. I glanced at Achyut. His eyes were lowered. Neither of us spoke. After a moment, Swami Dayananda said, "Very good. Both of you can go and get ready. Try to observe silence as much as you can." "Thank you, Swamiji," we said, almost in union. We prostrated again and left the room. I felt dazed by the brevity of our meeting and remarked softly, "That's it." "That's it," Achyut replied. "We had better sleep well tonight. There will be no sleep for us tomorrow morning, or tomorrow night. Probably both." Given that short section, let's read a bit of the next chapter as well. The Road to Renunciation. Tuesday, March 21st. Just after breakfast, Swami Sudhananda directed me to a solitary chair standing in a corner of the ashram compound, where a barber was waiting for me. I sat down, feeling a bit self-conscious. I hoped no one would be watching. Without speaking a word, the barber threw a filthy, tattered cloth across my shoulders and began his assigned task. He proceeded to scrape away my hair with a bare razor blade deftly held between his fingers, using only soap and water as lubricants. He worked methodically, shaving my head section by section, leaving only the customary tuft of hair at the back of my head. Then he shifted his attention to my face and removed my beard and mustache in a similar manner. I squirmed as he scraped at my upper lip. In less than half an hour, I had been rendered as hairless as a billiard ball. I went to my room to inspect the barber's handiwork and attend to the nicks and cuts he inflicted. When I looked in the mirror, I was startled. A shiny round head with protruding ears gaped at me oddly. But this strange face seemed vaguely familiar. I had seen it many times before, but not on my own shoulders. It was my father's face, The features I had inherited from him were usually obstructed or obscured by my facial hair. For a moment, I imagined it was my father gazing at me from the mirror and asking, "Mark, what in the world are you doing?" The first time I underwent this ritual, haircutting, was shortly after arriving at the Pennsylvania ashram for the 3-year course. An important religious festival was to take place, Shiva Uratri, the night of Lord Shiva. Religious students in India customarily shave off their hair at the time. This practice symbolizes purification and rebirth. It also teaches humility with regard to one's appearance, a lesson I was reminded of looking in the mirror just now. Perhaps that is why many Hindu, Buddhist, and Christian monks regularly remove all or part of their hair as a religious discipline. For that Shivaratri, a close friend and I decided to shave our heads and faces. The electric hair clipper and razor we used were efficient and painless, unlike my experience at the hands of the barber here. When finished, we stared at each other and laughed hilariously at the results. The next morning, we participated in a special day-long program of fasting and chanting. I sat in the hall the entire day, dressed in white robes and sporting my new haircut, but none of my classmates recognized me. My appearance had changed so drastically that they thought I was a brahmachari visiting from another ashram. I turned away from the mirror to bathe and put on a clean white dhoti and upper cloth. Then I began to reread the Sannyasa Paddhati that I had gotten from the library. It begins by directing the initiate to request permission of his parents and other family members to take sannyasa. It then prescribes a period of 3 to 12 years living with one's teacher, engaged in scriptural study and self-purification practices. Then it describes the preliminary rituals to be performed before the actual initiation. Towards the end, the text delineates the procedures and vows for the final rites of renunciation. This particular rite has probably been followed for the last 1200 years, following conventions established by Shankara in the 9th century. Shankara, in addition to being the greatest figure among the teachers of Vedanta, was committed to building a firm structure to support monastic life. He traveled across India and established 4 monastic centers, one in each quarter of the country. He also established 10 monastic lineages, which were related to various geographic regions. Nowadays, these geographic distinctions are no longer maintained, but all 10 groups continue to exist. Since Swami Dayananda was a member of the Saraswati order, Achyut and I would be inducted into the Saraswati lineage. Even though the prevailing monastic conventions were established 12 centuries ago, the tradition of sannyasa had already existed in India for thousands of years. The monastic tradition has its origin in a Vedic teaching that divides a person's life into 4 parts: student, brahmachari, householder, grihastha, retired, vanaprashta, and renounced, sannyasi. The first quarter of one's life was to be a time of study. The second quarter of one's life was dedicated to raising a family. In the third quarter, husband and wife were to retire to the forest and live a prayerful, contemplative life. and the final quarter of each person's life was to be lived as a sannyasi. All worldly ties were to be severed so that one could concentrate exclusively upon spiritual goals. This was to be a time of preparation for one's own death and the life to follow. And it was a time to be dedicated to the pursuit of enlightenment, moksha. For those like Achyut and me who desired moksha but had not yet reached the final stage of life, the traditional teachings included a special provision. Yad ahar reva virajet tad ahra eva pravrajet. The very day one gains dispassion towards the world, one should go forth as a sannyasi, a renunciate. And we'll pause our reading there for now. Thank you for listening together, everyone. And we may open the floor up to questions and answers. So, any chapter now, Mark shall be receiving Diksha, initiation from his guru, Swami Dayananda, and become initiated into the Saraswati order of Hindu monks. Very exciting. Now, thank you those who also sent a gift whilst I read, such as Priscilla for your ice cream cone, Hari Om Tat Sat, and Maria, thank you for that rose. Jai Sitaram. We are on page 248, Sky Guardian. And thank you, Esther, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Priscilla, for another rose and heart me. Radhe Radhe. And Mellow Maverick. Thank you for your TikTok and trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Malina, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Liv, thank you for your perfume. And I love the way you put that. Shepherds of light. So many ways to express the divine, yet one Ishvara, one Christ, one I and I. Zitemo, you ask, what is my opinion or insight on shadow work? Well, the shadow refers to, in psychology, especially Jungian psychology, the parts of ourself or our psyche that we have repressed. For example, these often are the parts of ourselves that we project on others and say to ourselves, that could never be me. I could never be such a person. Yet we all have the capacity for both lightness and darkness. Coming to accept the dark parts of ourselves that lie in the shadow is known as shadow work. And it truly is work. Work requires effort. It requires doing things we don't want to do. So it won't be a particularly enjoyable experience, not in the short term anyway, but in the long term, getting more acquainted with all parts of ourself, from the conscious mind all the way to the subconscious, can be very rewarding and beneficial. I find that whenever you are meditating, that is a good time to do shadow work. For instance, as we clear our mind of conscious thoughts, Naturally, the thoughts that we have been repressing for so long bubble up to the surface, and when they arise, we should accept them with openness, curiosity, and a willingness to explore these uncomfortable concepts. And Wes, thank you for your heart me and team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, Arthur. I'm glad you're enjoying your guru's book, Sky Guardian. And thank you, Sarah, for your friendship necklace. Jai Sitaram. And Melina, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! And you're very welcome, Exitemo. Thank you for your question and for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jacob, you share that you rarely feel emotions anymore. Any advice on getting them back? I am sure that they will come back. No one can lose their ability to feel. That ability is part of our experience. The next time that an emotion does arise, with patience, welcome it. Invite it in for tea. And I am sure that your friendship will continue to develop with all your emotions, and they will continue coming back for tea. As long as you don't make that tea too bitter and treat your emotions to a kind of sweetness that they deserve, both good and bad. And Arthur, thank you for that additional rose a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Esther, thank you for your rose too. Jai Sitaram. Amy Joyce, hello. Happy to have you here. And Ghost, you ask, how am I doing? I am well. Thank you for asking. I trust you are as well as you can. You can be, given whatever circumstances may be prevailing in your life. Ghost, you ask, how do you drink emotions? Is there a tutorial? Now, when I said, invite your emotions in for tea, I don't mean make a tea out of your emotions. I mean provide your emotions the same kind of sweetness and energy that you would provide for yourself, and share that moment together. And hello, Ari. And thank you, Chris Morton, for your pair of cloud breads, pair of roses, and an ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gimme, you share. If that were the case, you'd have some crazy tea. Some swamp water worth of tea. So many different flavors of emotions coming to form this human experience. And hello, Mariam. Welcome. And hi, Kiki. Ghost BSK, you ask, can I read minds? I think minds are a rather private possession we have, and I try to accept whatever a person gives me. How they choose to express themselves to me is the extent that I will receive them as. And hello, Chloe. And I am very happy that you are happy to be here, Amy Joyce. And I'm happy that you also found much peace and presence here. Lilu, you're wondering, what's that vibrating sound I make? Is it Radhe Radhe? It means, oh Mother, Queen of the Universe, Nature incarnate. And hello, Ree Allen. Darren, you ask, why do I talk like Hannibal Lecter? Just because I'm very excited to meet you all. Alright, you had asked, do I believe in an infinite universe? I find it hard to believe in a finite universe. Given that nothing was stopping this universe from arising to begin with, why should that nothingness prevent everythingness from being expansive in all directions? What would it even mean to have a border of the universe? Yes, we have a kind of observational horizon, but that is due to its expansion rather than its limitation. I am sure that just as this universe is bound to extend infinitely into time, so too that infinity is mirrored in its spatial components also. And I love that cliche. Whatever you believe can be real if you believe it to be so. Our imaginations are more powerful than we give them credit. We might not be able to control the events in our life as they occur to us, but we do have the power to change how we occur to them. That is to say, it is our perspective of reality that we really have at the end of the day. So refining our perspective to be more open just increases that experience for everyone. And that's quite alright, Chloe. May you have a wonderful rest whenever you get there. And Ari, you add that nothing is certain unless observed, right? Well, given that we are observers, as a witness, all that occurs in our existence has to occur to us through our observation. But we may still ponder about that which lies outside of our awareness to no end, given the infinite potential. And Chloe, you ask, what do I think about Jesus? You like to think he's the sort of reason life can be, yin-yang, etc. I like that train of thought, that Jesus is so much more than just a historical figure, that Christ's essence is the very vibrancy of life that we find in so many traditions, especially Taoism, in which you have referenced yin and yang as well. I like that a lot. And And I very much enjoy the idea of Christ consciousness, which I am sure you all have heard before. Just as Jesus had stated, "The kingdom of heaven is within you." Well, and who is within the kingdom of heaven if not the Christ? Therefore, within you is the Christ also. And being united with that, to be united with your higher self, that is Christ consciousness. And I love that observation, Ari. I'm very happy you can see that all religion seems to be a reflection of being. And Alec H, you are wondering, what happened to my videos? I took them down. Next question. Why did you take them down? Because I want to make room for something even better. And Alice, you ask, are we witnesses or observers? To me, those both carry the same sentiment. That one truth can be expressed in many ways. You are a witness, an observer, an experiencer, a perceiver, an awareful witness, an awareful consciousness, awareness. Participants, and I like that as well. G to infinity. And I love that insight, Georgie. The vastness of the universe compared to where we are in space exploration. We have a long way to go. No kidding. Ari, you ask, do I agree that what stands unsteady will always fall? Well, who am I to disagree with such an old adage that has stood the test of time itself? There will always be room for getting back up again, and the universe will provide us with an unending storm of winds to knock us from our feet. And we get up again and again to prove that we are strong. And hello, active imagination. And hello, Madeleines. And I love all the insight you are sharing, Cliché. Let me echo your sentiment as well. Are we not all the center of the universe? If so, we don't have very far to go. We're already there. I love that. And I am happy that you are excited for new things to come, Amy, just as you learned so much from my old videos. And thank you, Madeleines, for your 11 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Good night, Chloe Evans. Maddie, you ask, am I Buddhist? I have a lot of respect for Buddhism. I think there are many ways in which I could be a better Buddhist if I were one. Or in other words, there are certainly much greater people who could bear the title of Buddhist, whereas I make a poor comparison And I like that Bell. You share the only lasting truth is change. God is change. Shakti, that ancient Sanskrit word. There is the Shaktiman, the changeless source. But there is also the Shakti, the energy of that source which is always changing. How that source expresses itself. Jessica, you ask, did I get the hamburger you sent me? I wasn't aware you had sent me a hamburger, but nonetheless, I am nourished even by the thought of you expressing your generosity. So thank you. Jayanismo, you ask, would I like to visit India? I very much would. Yes, I think my heart is already there. My body just has yet to catch up, if you know what I mean. And thank you, Madeline, for your 6 let 'em cooks. If my math is correct, I think it is. Radhe, Radhe. Amy Joyce, you ask, what do I enjoy most? This moment. How wonderful this moment is. This is the best moment. This truly is the moment of all time, isn't it? You think I missed a word? I didn't say the best moment of all time. This is the moment of all time. Cliche, you ask. What's the most important thing in this world? Information, connection, acceptance, or just rejoicing? One makes everything the most important thing in this world simply by being there to witness it. And thank you, Ginseng, for your balloons. Hari Om Tat Sat. Joe Burrow is making me hungry. And hello, Astralidas. Sea Bear, you ask, how can you heal from losing your best friend? What do we do with friends? How do they come into being? We say we make them. We make friends. That's funny. We say we make a sandwich. Do we put together our friends? Just as we put together a sandwich? In a funny way, we do. Because that friend that is in them has to be put together. And you, being the subject of that making, means that you are the agent of that friendship. In other words, that potential for friendship existed within you. You only brought it out within someone. You made that friend. And so that bestness of your friendness is already inside your consciousness. I am sure you will have a canvas in which you can make that friend appear again. And thank you, nobody. I am always happy to wish you a wonderful sleep, meaningful dreams, and a restful silence. And thank you, Lila Flecka, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Ram Ram. Cliche, you ask. Do I believe we have had other lives before? You're starting to think you have lived before, but can't be sure. Consider it like this. Your very consciousness cannot be created nor destroyed. This is a conclusion we can reach through introspection, through self-knowledge, via Vedanta. Your mind can certainly have a beginning and an end. Your brain, your body, all that stuff has a beginning and an end. Everything in this universe that can be created must also be uncreated. But the witness of all that creation is something separate from all that. It cannot change nor come and go like your body and mind, to and fro. That is because, being the witness of change, you must be changeless yourself. Therefore, this consciousness has always been. It is your body and mind that have come and go within it, rather than the other way around. That eternity implies that either you have randomly come about in this body and mind 13.7 billion years into creation, or this is not your first body nor mind. Which is more likely? And hello, Billy. And thank you, Fuzz Poet, for your nearly 200 roses. More than enough for everyone here to go around with one, maybe even 2 roses each. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And if anyone wants some easy evidence for reincarnation, just ask any mother here. This is one of my favorite things to do. Your child, were they born with a personality or without one? I will gladly make a wager that there isn't a mother here that will tell me their child was not born with a personality. Even in the womb. From the moment you realized there was life within you, you could feel the eternity of that life and the miracle of their consciousness. Sky Guardian, you share that you were thinking, why not also upload these lives to Rumble? To be honest, I've never heard of such a platform. And thank you, Mihina, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Re. You share? Jesus didn't say anything about reincarnation. Is that true? There seems to be a lot of talk in the Bible about being born again. Billy, you ask. Is it just your perception, or have I been extra happy lately? I think every day I get happier. On average. Everyone's allowed bad days. But on average, our happiness is increasing. And also, I like to photosynthesize. The sun being out gives me a lot of energy. Sakura, you ask, do I know about the magic square that everything adds up to 139? I know of magic squares. I don't know of any magic squares in particular, other than there's some on this yantra here, actually. Yeah, actually, these yantras are surrounded by magic squares. In fact, one of these may even be the one that adds up to 139. Let's see if this one does. Could be. I'm not that good at reading Sanskrit numerals, but yeah, there's there's magic squares all over this yantra, funny enough. Oh, look at that. Very magical yantra, it seems. Magic squares were one of my first introductions into theoretical mathematics. When I went to university, before I actually got into university, it was just kind of like a day to show the high school students why you might want to come to this campus. During our math class, they explored the idea of magic squares, and then I got very obsessed with them afterwards and tried to come up with a formula that determined how many magic squares were possible, given an n by n grid. Ghost, you ask? Hey Yam, would Jesus know he is Jesus? And if you would know that answer, you would know. I think that there is no doubt that even Jesus experienced a lot of conflict about his identity throughout him growing up. And part of that was his humility. Who am I? Am I truly the Son of Man? And that humility is just one of his many virtues. Now I have to solve a puzzle because TikTok doesn't believe I am real. Puzzle solved. Cliche, you ask, am I AI? Well, if I am, I'm smart enough to solve the anti-AI puzzle. I like that, Addy. I'm getting captured because I'm too real. Maybe surreal. Or ethereal. I like that, human Solarian. Sky Guardian, you share. After this live, my homework is to go check out the Rumble platform, along with uploading the batches, of course. Alright, Sky Guardian. Got my homework from you cut out? Thank you. Kelsey, you share that you acknowledge Yeshua as an ascended master, even apart from Christianity. You know, I love the idea of a descended master. What's the difference between an ascended master and a descended master? Well, the term ascended is rather recent. It's a new age term. But an avatar literally comes from the Sanskrit word avatarati, which means he descends, or he, she descends. So an avatara is a descension, a descended master. What does that mean? Well, we all have our lower self and our higher self. If we can take our lower self and put it aside, then the higher self descends through us, just as the Holy Spirit descended into the body of the Christ. So it is a descending process rather than an ascending process. Because how can the finite reach the infinite? Only the infinite can come down to the finite. Jason Watson, you ask, what is this stream about? Good question. Good question. Your guess is as good as mine. I'm just happy to be here. Disciple of Christ, you're wondering, what is this I'm listening to? Heart chakra royalty-free music. No copyright frequencies for the heart. And Christoph and Nick, you asked at the same time, how am I? How was my day? Very well so far, thank you. You know, I woke up a little too late. I love the sun that I get before I do these live streams. I would like to wake up earlier so I can get even more time in the sun. But I did get to spend some time outside today, in the sun, on the grass, studying some Sanskrit, and hanging out with my kitties, Sandy and Shadow. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Dhanyavad. Cats, says Rainbow Dash. I'm the same way. Anytime I hear cats mentioned. And Addie, you ask, do I have any other animals? Well, there's some spiders around my room. I saw a beautiful spider today in a rose. It was a white spider on this magenta rose. And the contrast between the dark magenta petals and the white spider was just incredible. Ghost, you ask, can I open a Stargate portal? I think I already have one open with Krishna and Radha. Look at the portal in which this frame is comprised. And hello, Michelle. Nick, you ask, am I from Canada? I pronounce a few words very Canadian. And what are those words? Is it sorry? Maybe. And Familia, you share that there was just a white spider on the back of your phone. How lovely is that? Rainbow Dash, you share that a spider bit your face in the night recently. Wasn't your fault. You just look like food. To be fair, we are just big suitcases full of food, aren't we? It's the word what? Sorry. You know, that's a new thing for me. When you learn Sanskrit or other Indian languages, they often differentiate between aspirated and unaspirated consonants. And a long time ago, English used to as well, which is still reflected in the way we spell some words. Like, there really is no need to have an H in the word what. It sounds the same. If it's just W-A-T, what, or an H there, what. But now that I've been learning to differentiate between aspirates and non-aspirates in Sanskrit, it's bleeding over into the way I read English too. And now my brain can't help but read what as what by aspirating it. Jainismo, you ask? Are cats special in Hinduism like they are in Islam? That's a good question. I know that in the Indian subcontinent there are many big cats, like tigers and lions. I believe the Sanskrit word for tiger is Vyagra. And the Sanskrit word for lion is Simha, which is probably where we get the term Simba, from the Lion King. Simba. Those are the only connections to Hinduism that I know in Sanskrit with cats, but there are many animals that are highly revered in Hinduism, like Ganesha, with the monkey, with the elephant head, and Hanumanji, with the monkey form. And one of the forms of Krishna was a fish. Another form was a tiger, I believe. One was a bear. And hello, Lao. I am doing well today. Thank you for asking. And hello, Dob Darker. Thank you for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. Arthur, you share that cat in Sanskrit is Marjara. Marjara. I've never heard of that. Thank you for teaching me. I like that. And Priscilla, thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. Alec, you are wondering, which spirituality or religion or philosophy do I think is most in line with the true reality? I believe that reality transcends all description, all philosophies, all religions. And yet, if you follow any of those many expressions of that one reality, you will come to that definitionless, that's a tough word for me, I guess. You will come to that transcendent awareness of reality, which cannot be put into any words, can only be pointed out indirectly, but it is up to the listener of those words to follow the path in which those words point. Do I think there are any closer than others? Imagine, if you will, truth as the peak of a mountain. And religions, traditions, theories, philosophies, not as points on the mountain, where some are closer to the top than others. They are each trails leading to that peak. You ask, which trail is closer to that peak? Well, it doesn't really make sense to ask that question, because all those same trails can get arbitrarily close to that peak. You just have to follow them. Some people are on one trail but still at the base. They are on a trail that if you follow, it goes to the peak, but most people are very far down towards the base. You could say that another trail has a lot of people which are closer up to the top, but we are really only comparing people rather than the trail itself. Different trails take you on different directions to that same point of truth. As long as you are committed to a certain trail, maybe one that is best suited for your abilities, one that acclimates you slowly, one that is not too treacherous, that trail is meant for you, just as a different trail may be meant to others. And I agree, Alec. Some trails are more direct than others. And the more direct a trail is, the more vertical it is. Therefore, the more difficult. And therefore, you might actually benefit from a more indirect trail that swirls around the mountain, giving you time to adjust and plenty of places to stop and rest before you continue your journey. But it is those desperate ones who want more than anything to reach the top. They are willing to climb a sheer rock face in order to get there. It is more direct that way, but often not recommended. Arthur, you're wondering, have I ever read Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse? I have not, but given how often you all recommend it to me, perhaps I should. Shouldn't I? Chloe, you ask, what's my favorite fruit? The forbidden one, of course. Nah, I'm just joking. Lately I've been loving raspberries. My goodness. I could just keep popping raspberries in my mouth, one after another. Moonshard, you ask, what is the glow coming through my skin? Must be all the bananas I'm eating, making me radioactive. Or perhaps I have good lighting. Probably the latter. And hello, Shani. Giselle, you love raspberries too. I'm happy to hear that. Biggie Cheese, you ask, what is my opinion on Drake Kendrick beef? I'm a vegetarian. And I agree, Giselle. Raspberries are like candy. Madeira Rain, you asked. Is it better to figure out your path alone, or to have a guide who already can see the path ahead? Now that depends on your aspiration. If you enjoy self-discovery, then you're more than welcome, by all means, to go into uncharted territory. If, however, you are worried about getting lost, then perhaps it is best to bring a map Or even better, someone who can accurately read that map. And that is the nature of scriptures and gurus. Scriptures are the map. Gurus are the ones that can read the map. But at the same time, how did those maps come to be in the first place? Without some very daring individuals known as the rishis, who decided to trek that quest alone for the first time. Giselle, you ask, have I ever read Inner Engineering, a yogi's guide to joy? You recommend. I have not read any of Sadhguru's works, but I very much look up to him. Sky Guardian, you shipped me Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. Didn't I see the last book collection you sent? That is right. So you are fulfilling the wishes of many people here. Incidentally, how wonderful is that? And good morning, Cam Smith. Or good evening, wherever you are. Good present moment to thee. Gregard G, you like making the raspberry sound. To be goofy. I'm not even sure I know how to do that. There. 31 planes of existence. You ask, what questions of life do I still struggle with and are sitting under the Bodhi tree, meditating upon? Good question. 31 planes. Perhaps that question And hello, Kay Carlton from New England. And hello, OPNG. Sandy, you share that you are sorry for asking again. You never have to apologize. In fact, it is the best way for me to answer your question if I don't see it the first time. So don't feel bad. It's not like a physical class where constantly asking your question would drown out everyone else. Here you are welcome too. But yesterday you asked about the jhanas. Was that practice part of my trail? I like the way you phrased that. When I was first getting into meditation in this life, I thought a lot about the jhanas, trying to accurately assess, did I reach that jhana or the second one? Have I reached that state with pleasure but no pain, or pleasure and pain, or neither pleasure nor pain? And then I realized I was spending more time assessing my meditation than I actually was meditating. That is to say, all of my energy was spent towards judging how I was meditating rather than meditating itself. So eventually I stopped bothering trying to assess the quality of my meditation, and I became a little bit more free-spirited with the meditation and just let it take me wherever it took me without need to qualify it. And thank you, VYV Fragrance, for your heart, Mia and Rose. Radhe Radhe. And I like that, Noor. There is a beautiful overlap between prayer and meditation. And 31 planes. Your hanging lights, you know, they just light up my life. As you light up the lives of so many around you, you know. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, John F., for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Kevin, thank you for your heart me. I agree, Sky Guardian. Let us crack open another section of the Vachana Amrut. This sacred scripture is a collection of about 300 short discourses from Swami Narayan. Here we are reading Gadhada 1:22. Singing without remembering God is as good as not singing at all. And the digit 1 is the title of this section. Very exciting. At noon on Posh Sudhi the 4th, Samvat 1876, or the 20th of December 1819, Sriji Maharaj was sitting facing east on a large decorated cot on the veranda outside the east-facing rooms of Dada Khachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. A tassel of flowers had been inserted in his pug, and bunches of flowers had been placed upon both of his ears. He was also wearing a garland of Guldavadi flowers around his neck. At that time, while some Paramahansas, the highest kind of renunciants, were singing devotional songs, other Paramahansas as well as devotees from various places had gathered before him in an assembly. Also, a footnote to this section about the subtitle of the digit 1. The title refers to the importance of the digit 1. A long row of zeros has no value, but when a single 1 is placed before the zeros, the value of the composite figure is exponentially increased with each zero. I love me some good math and spirituality, and some mathematical spirituality, or spiritual mathematics just really gets my mojo on. Thereupon, Sriji Maharaj said, "Please listen, I wish to tell you something." Hearing this, the Paramahansas stopped singing and prepared themselves to listen. Sriji Maharaj then said, "If one does not remember God while singing to the accompaniment of Mrudang, Sarangi, Sarod, Tal, or other instruments, then that singing is as good as not having been sung at all. Besides, there are many people in this world who sing and play instruments without remembering God, but they do not attain peace of mind. Therefore, whichever activity one performs, whether it be singing devotional songs, reciting God's holy name, chanting the Narayan, Dunya, etc., one should only perform that activity while remembering the form of God. If a person specifically attempts to engage themselves in worship, they may be able to focus their vritti on God. However, completing those acts of worship, if they do not maintain their vritti on God while engaged in other activities, then their vritti will not become steadied on the form of God, even when they attempt to engage in worship again. Therefore, one should practice maintaining one's vritti on the form of God while walking, eating, drinking, in fact, during all activities. If one does this, one's vritti becomes steadied on God when one engages in worship as well. Moreover, when one's vritti begins to remain on God, it remains so even during other work. If one is complacent, though, one's vritti will not remain on God, even when one specifically attempts to engage oneself in worship. Therefore, a devotee of God should vigilantly practice maintaining their vritti on the form of God. Having said this, Sriji Maharaj requested, "Now, please sing devotional songs." And so we conclude Gadhada 1:22. Singing without remembering God is as good as not singing at all. And the digit 1 before all the zeros. Thank you for listening, everyone. Thank you, Sky Guardian, for recommending that reading, giving us a reason to read that reading, I should say. And thank you, Niravar, Moon and Star, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Did I see Alfie Sloan creep in here? Hello. And thank you, Priscilla, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. In 31 planes of existence, you share that worship feels weird to you. Like what God needs to be kissed up to. An excellent question. And perhaps I can explain with a short story. That is also something that I struggled with for most of my life, especially when it's forced. And we should know that worship is never forced. The reason we have the choice to do it at all is proof that it is not forced. But consider walking down the street and seeing a homeless person before you. God has prepared the situation for you so that you may part with a $20 bill. You may ask, why does God need $20? If He is God, He could manifest all the money in the world for Himself. So why does God, seated in the heart of this homeless person, need me to part with $20? The answer is, because it's not for God. Not at all, in fact. It's for ourselves, so that we may become more humble, that we may become more giving. God does not need us to worship Him. We need to worship God. Do you see the difference? The need is within ourselves, not in God. But that choice must happen voluntarily. It is not mandatory, because worship that is forced is not worship at all. True love is done with freedom of one's will, and therefore, when one discovers the meaning inherent in worship, then they do so for their own self-purification, not to uphold some kind of moral law or anything of that matter. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Peach, you ask, if dimensions are just perspectives, then how do you shift to a different dimension? Dimensions are independent axes in which an object may vary. We say that this universe is three-dimensional because every spot in it requires three independent coordinates to specify. For example, on Earth, to describe the position of a mountain, we need one coordinate for longitude, one for latitude, and a third for altitude. But our continents are always shifting by continental drift. Therefore, Einstein noted, we really need to add a fourth number. We need the time in which something exists also, not just the three axes of space. There is interplay between all of these dimensions. It is like going to a party. When you get an RSVP, you have the physical location, the address, but you also have the time that the party takes place, because that can also vary. There are many other physical things that may vary, and we could consider, like some particle physicists do, a whole array of other dimensions, not necessarily spatial or temporal ones like Einstein posited. And psychologically too, there are many dimensions of life. For example, there is a dimension of heat, ranging from hot to cold. There is a dimension of passion, ranging from love to hate. There is a dimension of happiness, ranging from joy to sorrow. These are all the dimensions within us. So far, we are predetermined in our exploration of them. Whenever X arises, we do Y. We are set in our ways, but we don't have to be. It is possible to explore these dimensions of mind even in spite of our programming. When an angry situation arises, instead of going down the dimension of anger, retract from that and explore a patient dimension. Shifting your perspectives from the negative to the positive, you expand upward and outward. This is very easy said and very difficult to do. But in each situation that we have the opportunity, we should seek openness rather than being confined to any predetermined direction. And I like that, Alfie. Your thoughts are dimensions. And I like that idea, Kelsey. You like to say the ego keeps us human. Very humbling. I like that. And thank you, Michael Taylor. And I'm happy you found some relaxation here, Rick. And Fallen, you share that training oneself to let go in an angry situation can take practice. And what an understatement. A lot of practice. That is for sure. Ghost, you ask, but truly, what is my perception of ego? Lots has been said on this word, ego. Ego means so many different things in so many contexts. But the most general definition I can give you in a spiritual context is that ego is where your attention goes to. For example, a mother who identifies very strongly as being a mother. When there is a vacant mind, naturally her thoughts will go towards her children. That flow of her awareness towards what she identifies as, that is her ego. Ego is not a bad thing. Ego is just the direction of identification, your inclination of association. When our ego is centered on the body, then all of our energy goes to maintaining the body, making it look good, making it feel good. Our association gravitates towards our body. Being spiritual means that your ego is towards the spirit, that you identified not with the material world, but with the spirit within you and within all things. So your energy goes towards serving that soul within you, within everyone, within everything. And thank you, LG, for your octet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gentello, you ask, are there different heavens? You could say that there is but one existence, in which there is a dimension of peace and a dimension of suffering. As you explore higher points on that dimension of peace, you are exploring the heavens. And as you explore lower rungs on that ladder of suffering, you are exploring the realms of hell. You could categorize that into many different ways, the most common of which is 7, which is quite universal. In Islam, there are 7 heavens. In Hinduism too, there are 7 higher lokas. Even in Christianity, although a long time has passed since these words were used, we still have the figure of speech being in the 7th heaven. They all represent different states of being that one can experience. This moment still stands, and whether you make it a heaven or a hell for yourself, that is your business. And also what kind of heaven or a hell. And thank you, Spencerius, for your quartet of tiny dinies. Gentello, you ask, what age will we be in heaven? The age you have always been. Eternal. You're asking, what body will you have? You never had a body. It's like asking, what car will you have? You never had a car. Yes, you may drive a car in this life, and you may call it yours, but that is only because you are the driver of that car for this time. But no one owns anything. Just as we came into this world from our mother's womb without any belongings, so too we will leave this world without any belongings. And so, we truly never owned anything. We just borrowed them. Just as we borrow this body from Mother Earth, we will have to give it back also. But you were never defined by your temporary material possessions. You were never your body. You were only driving it. Meat suit. I like that, Noor. Lex, you shared that you fell asleep listening to me last night. It was wonderful. Such peaceful respite. Aww. I know that sleep is very important. And in this age of stimulating experiences, it can be hard to get some good rest. And so whatever rest that you may have is one I can be grateful for. Gregarji, you ask, you wonder if Krishna's real flute was made of metal or wood? I say that his flute was made of flesh and bones, as we are the instruments of the divine. Ready to be sung through. And I love that Tattvamasi. Life doesn't need a body. The body needs life. I like that. We are not dependent on the body, but the body is dependent on us. And Cool Beans, you ask, how to calm nerves through awareness? I'll tell you a parable. I guess I was trying to say a paradigm and a parable at the same time. One time, I woke up in the middle of the night, and I had a lot of stress in my body. And so I imagined that God was massaging me as I slept, or tried to at least. He would have his hands on my neck, rubbing my neck, working on my shoulders, getting in the knots. And it didn't work. I couldn't get back to sleep. But then I realized that I had the seva, the service backwards. And so I imagined an arbitrary form of God before me. And I pictured myself massaging his feet, squishing each toe one by one, squish, 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 squish. Washing the foot, drying it off, rubbing it. And then within minutes I was me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Totally asleep. For the mind and body to be satisfied, it has to be engaged in meaningful activity. Instead of trying to direct your energy inward, direct it outward, even if it's just to the mental form of some agency of the universe for you to direct your love to. Even if it's just a tree. You know, one of my favorite ASM artists on YouTube, they massage trees. That puts me to sleep. I just watch them massaging a tree. That's good. So if to you Mother Nature is your God, then just imagine massaging a tree, perhaps. As we reap, so we sow. So if you want to feel relaxed, imagine giving relaxation rather than getting relaxation. And thank you, Renee, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And up the freeway, thank you for your heart mate. Leash, you share that you broke up with your partner, moved out on your own for the first time. Suggestions for growth? Sounds like you are growing already. What you have done is very growing. Just by doing that, providing yourself your own space for growth, it will happen. Now that you have given yourself some soil for you to blossom in, it is only a matter of time. Be patient. Nick, you are wondering, what God do I refer to? What God? It's a funny question. What source of the existence do I refer to? Well, the source is the source. You can't have multiple sources for the universe. There is but one source that goes by many names, yet none in particular. It's like saying, go and take a bath in the ocean. You ask, what ocean? Well, the ocean. No, but the Atlantic, or the Pacific, or the Indian, or the Arctic. You know, have you ever looked at a map? It's one ocean. We just call it by different names, depending on where we're located. It's the same water. Britta, you ask, how did the transition from non-living to living happen? What transition? And what do you refer to as non-living? I have only seen life itself. And thank you, Up the Freeway, for your heartbeat and ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dansuela, you share that the source has so many aliases, you'd think it had a long rap sheet. I love that. Britta, you say stones, earth planets don't live. Easy for you to say. Has a stone ever told you I'm not alive? You would never know. You don't speak rock language. Mother Earth is very alive. It is not that consciousness arose in a body. It is that this body arose in consciousness. That all-pervasive spaciousness is very much an intelligent entity. there is nothing but consciousness. A rock may not have a mind, but that doesn't mean it's not conscious. There is a distinction between consciousness and mind. Mind is the mirror upon which the light of consciousness is reflected. But without that mirror, you cannot say that the light itself does not exist. You fill a cup with water, and you see the reflection of the sun in that cup. You say, "Here, there is the sun." And when you pour the cup out, you say the sun no longer exists. The sun has gone. But what we have described in this whole process never was the sun, only its reflection. You may ask, how did the sun arise in this cup? At what point, as we were pouring in the water, did the sun suddenly exist? It's a silly question. The sun has always existed, and it reflects itself even in an empty cup. It is just that you need a pure enough mirror, one that is refined and still, in order for that reflection to have any kind of form. Otherwise, that light gets refracted, diffused, every which way. But the light of that sun shines its rays equally across the whole of the world. We just so happen to see its reflection in still waters. The mind is such, especially the human mind, that it is so pure, relatively speaking, so smooth, so reflective, that all-pervading consciousness is easily seen. Not seen directly through our senses or our scientific instruments, for it is the very eye of the eye, the ear of the ear, the sense of the senses. Its appearance becomes obvious when we understand it to be behind everything in life. And thank you, Elaine, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Tatvamasi, you share so beautifully. The sun dances. If the water is not still, make it still, and you see the sun clearly. And good night, Nish. May you have a wonderful sleep. And thank you, Lish, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Pamela, you share that Swami Satchitananda used to say that everything has consciousness. Indeed. Consciousness is that very subject of the universe. It cannot be an object among it, being that awareful witness implies. It is not bound by space nor time. And thank you, Laish, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, everybody loves Raven. Nick, you ask, if I could recommend a single book to someone, what would I recommend? For what purpose? A book on cooking? A book to make you a better cook? A book to make you a better physicist? A book to make you a better public speaker? What do you wish to gain from such a book? They are used for many different subjects. And I love the way you put that. Randy verified. You say the building blocks of conscious beings must themselves contain consciousness for it to have arisen. I love that. Nick, you say public speaker. Alright. Well, if you wish to be a better public speaker, then you're gonna learn how to speak publicly. A book cannot do that for you. It requires practice, due diligence, and more practice. Just as all things, a book may give you the theoretical means for attaining that which is done through practice, but it is your effort that is ultimately required to apply that teaching in order to gain the relevant experience. And thank you for your time, Raven. Radhe, Radhe. And I love that, Noor. The strong one is not one who wrestles well, but the one who controls oneself when in a fit of rage. And Orla, you share that you do have a tip though. The audience isn't waiting for you to mess up. They want you to lead them. I like that. That is always a good reminder to have, especially when public speaking. We might be waiting for ourselves to mess up. But we are certainly allowed some mistakes. For instance, if you all were waiting for me to mess up saying something, then you would have left at the beginning of that sentence. Thank you, Raven, and I am happy to have inspired Rev as well, but do know that inspiration comes from within, and perhaps I was merely there for it to occur. But inspiration itself is not something that I can take credit for. And I love that. Randy, as I go to say a sentence about messing up, I mess up. Poetic justice. Noor, you share that you thought of the quote when someone mentioned controlling anger. Control anger is to let it control you. The more we try to shape our emotions into a particular form, the more they end up shaping us in return. Instead of trying to control anger, control your reaction to the anger. Mihina, you say, knock on the sky. What does it say? It says, I cannot speak, but I provide you with the ability to speak. For air itself has no sound, but it is the medium for sound itself. And I love that, Kelsey. You share that to control is to allow, observe, and release. Rather funny when you put it like that, isn't it? What we really mean when we say control one's emotions is to allow them, observe them, and release them. Which sounds almost like the opposite of control when you put it like that, doesn't it? Thank you, your fave Iraz, for the ice cream cone. I love ice cream. Radhe, Radhe. And I love that observation, Freedom. That anger is a secondary emotion. There's an emotion that you feel before, which makes you angry. Such a wonderful observation. You are full of them. And Priscilla, thank you for another rose. Radhe, Radhe. And an ice cream cone. Jai Sitaram. And Britta, thank you for your rose also. And thank you for allowing me to challenge the premise of your question earlier. I appreciate your openness. And Noor, you share that you read anger described as temporary insanity. I like that. And thank you, Brian McGuire, for your participation in this council of many souls. Ghost, you asked, what about the mind trying to convince into anger, but you have no reason to be? I like that. That's a good observation too. Sometimes the mind says, let's get angry. But then you ask in return, why? Because, says the mind. For what reason? To get angry. Having that curiosity with your emotions is a lovely skill to acquire. We often forget that we even have the agency to do so. When an emotion arises, you don't have to blindly believe that there's a good reason. There doesn't have to be. The emotion could just be arising on its own. Having that curiosity to explore that without coming to judge it can help the emotion come to pass. And Noor, you share that you cannot remember which philosopher said it. Well, we'll have to attribute it to you then. That's how it works, right? If I can't remember which wise person said it, then I must be that wise person. Because the person has gone, but the wisdom within me has remained. And thank you, Orla, for your heart me. You share a last name with my favorite mathematician, John Conway. And thank you for your team bracelet, too. No, you are just a messenger, says Noor. Indeed. For when it comes to wisdom, we may be the vehicles of such, but not the driver. Julia, you share that you're going to graduate university 2 years later, and you see it as the end of the world. Your mind doesn't work right. There is no timeline for learning. Now, people have created a system which may have some predetermined guidelines for how you may schedule your courses, to what speed, to what pace. There is certainly no expectation that those guidelines will work for everyone. Just as you are learning so many things in your university course, there are so many things that you are learning about yourself outside of class, and those also take time and energy to process. You could say, therefore, in some sense, that the longer you take, the more you learn, and therefore, you are being a very good student by taking your time. And thank you, Hilaria, for your rose and rosa. Hari Om Tat Sat. Demands, you ask, why is life feeling so scary lately? That potential to be scared has always been there, and we can really scare ourselves by thinking about all of the ways in which life is fragile, how the systems put in place are not as stable as we might have thought they were beforehand, that it seems like everyone is on the precipice of conflict, and that we truly do not know the answers to everything. But coming to these kinds of realizations is proof that you're growing, that you are opening up to a sense of groundlessness. Although it may be scary at first, that groundlessness is there for you to find your wings, so you are free to fly high above the ground without any need for support below you. That support becomes within rather than without, and you feel grounded in humility, in your courage to laugh at all of this crazy, messy, chaotic, and unpredictable life. At some point that fear opens you up into a deeper kind of peace that's always been there. When we realize that this world does not have to be anyway, nor do you have to be anyway. The potential is there for both good and bad always. Infinite potential. And I agree, Dino. It is rather comical. A huge theodrama. Huge is an understatement. So is drama. And Noor, you were wondering, what time is it for me? It is 7:45 p.m. Gaia, you ask, how to explain unison? Unison is when two parts come together to form a whole, or many parts, realizing that though there are independent moving pieces of this existence, it is also interconnected, and their independence depends on that interconnection between everything. Unison is to harmonize, to come together, to be apart, be whole together. And I love the way you put that, B. Sanchez. Facets of a jewel. Julia, you share that now you're quite happy how you are inside, but not on the outside. That's quite alright. Maybe you are like an Oreo cookie. You experience so much lightness within, but darkness without. You are soft in the middle and hard on the outside and crumbly. But whether one sees you to your core or to just the surface, there is a sweetness throughout the whole of your being. Will I still be on? Asks Noor. You are certainly welcome to go. I will be probably on for another few hours. Yes. Thank you, Isa, for finding awesomeness here. I love the word awesome. It is like a happy version of awful. Linguistically, literally, awesome and awful represent very similar things. Being full of awe, or being comprised of awe. Awful, awesome. Yet those two words have diverged, just like terrific and terrible, even though they literally mean very similar things. There's also fearful and fearsome, but those still have the same meaning. But I am happy that you find some awe here. Morgul Grump, you ask, do I have any advice on how to stop being so shy around people? Yes, my advice is to love your shyness, just as I'm sure people do in your life. Be that shy person. Be confident in your shyness. Being shy is not a bad thing. It means you are careful to open up, because you contain something precious inside that you are taking care of. And there will come a time where a being appears in your life that you feel safe to open up to. And it will come naturally and easily, as if it were always meant to be. Jessica, you asked, what to do when you can't find people you like being around anymore? Hyper-awareness is too much. People are like bags of trail mix. If we feel like we have to taste everything, then we might throw away the whole bag because we don't like raisins. There are parts of people that we may like and parts that we may dislike. If we feel like we may have to judge everyone based on all their characteristics, then you're not going to have any people around you. For even ourselves have so many virtues and defects. It is unavoidable. Every friend has parts that we prefer something different from. Awareness is only that which causes strife if you feel like you have to judge everything within your awareness. And this is a living fossil of an archaic system of how you used to live. Before, to live a life of safety, we would make our awareness very small so that we had the energy to judge everything within it. If I don't open myself up to new ideas, if I keep the wool over my eyes, the horse blinders up, if I surround myself only with people I like, if I keep my identity very simple, then I'll be able to manage every little part of my life. I can have control over something small. But when you begin to open up and shed these layers, we start realizing how uncontrollable life really is. As our awareness opens, we still have those residual components that are trying to control every part. And then we get overwhelmed when we realize that we can't control the universe and our life in its infinite complexity if we also want to be open to it all. And therefore, the solution is to drop that need to judge the negative qualities of others, to try to manage all the moving parts in our infinite existence. Allow people to have their defects and focus on their virtues. Trying to pick a friend group that is free from defects is like playing an infinite game of whack-a-mole. You squash one mole, another pops up. But the goal has always been to maximize the positive. And we may get sidetracked by trying to minimize the negative. Simply being open to all of it. Setting the negative aside, don't give energy to that, and uplift that positivity that is there within everyone. With that perspective, everyone becomes your friend. Now I have 2 roses from 2 sirs each. Sir Smoke a Lot, thank you for your rose. And Sir Alvin Sayre, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Alexandra, you share that? Do you think I just made you appreciate raisins a lot more than you ever imagined? Thank you for sharing that. And thank you, Bobby So, for your heart me, team bracelet, and a cheer you up. The Bobby Sue special. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Corinne, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Jade Monique, you ask, what's my advice on overlooking negative sides of people? A natural follow-up question. It is not our duty to fix others, nor is it even our duty to call people out on their bad behavior. It is like what Jesus said when people were stoning Mary Magdalene for being a sex worker. He said, "Let he who has not sinned throw the first stone." And so, who then is worthy to throw any stone? Nobody. Just as others are working on things, we have so many things to work on ourselves. Unless you are perfect yourself, then how can we criticize the imperfection of others? The most we can do is set boundaries. If they overstep ours, we enforce them. And we wait until they do something right. And we definitely don't overlook when they do something right. Then we give them our full attention. And John F., thank you for your tiny. And Corina, you shared, just like one of your favorite sayings, don't throw stones if you live in a glass house. I love that. Much love to you, Miguelito. And Usha, thank you for your beautiful hanging lights. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Sammy, thank you for your team bracelet. Jai Sitaram. And I love that way of putting it too. Neuro clarity. Don't dish out what you can't take. Well said. And thank you for finding peace here, Hilaria. And Sammy, you share. You're here pretty much every night now. Woohoo! Well, don't ever feel like you have to be here. Attendance is not mandatory in this class. Nor is it a class at all. Basilica, you ask, do I think the silent treatment is positive or negative? There are times in which we should cut communication, and there are times in which we should communicate. But when we are cutting communication, we should first communicate that we're doing so. Otherwise, how are they to know? You're definitely allowed to take space for yourself and say, in my life right now, I'm unable to process the things that you're saying. I need to keep a bit of silence for myself right now, and perhaps at a later time I can return to considering what you have to say. And Michael, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Corinne, thank you for your rose. Rain, you share that I come on your For You page around the same time every night lately. Really? Well, you seem to be exploring your For You page around the same time that I go live. And thank you, King Mikey, for your heart me and a rose. Jai Sitaram. And I'm very happy that you find some soothingness here and restfulness, Sammy. Kushia, you ask, how do we deal with narcissistic or energy parasitic people in our lives? Remember that nothing that you are can ever be taken from you. Just as you can't take a flower out of a flower, you can't take a hammer out of a hammer. You can't take a tree out of a tree. What something is, in essence, can never be taken from itself. It doesn't matter how big of a parasite you've got on your back. It can never take you away from who you truly are. So in some sense, there is nothing you have to deal with on the level of the soul, at the level of spirit, of awareness, consciousness. That which you are is unchangeable, unaffected by everything that you experience. Even so, our perspective of what we perceive is also of paramount importance. We may have been dealt a bad hand in this life. No one can argue that. There are such things as good hands and bad hands in poker, for example. But it's how you play that hand that really matters. A pro poker player can put on a good poker face, and they can win the pot, even if they've been given the worst hand in the game. Likewise, someone with the best hand in the game can lose it all because of their poor play. Therefore, it is not in our best interest to judge the people, places, and things in our life. But it is our best interest to ask ourselves, how can we grow from this unfortunate situation? How can I learn more about myself? How have I already? And what abilities and strengths have these challenges bestowed upon me? Knowing this to be such, you ought not to grieve. Your soul is ever pure and away from all danger. Set boundaries where necessary, and let not your light dim. Let it shine effervescently upon everyone and everything. And thank you, this is my show, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Sarah Lynn, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Maya, you ask a great question. How does one explain the soul to someone who doesn't believe in the existence of a soul? Great question. It is not a matter of belief at all, which is funny. It's a matter of getting the right definition. Right now, they probably don't have a good working definition for what the soul is. They might imagine it to be some ethereal essence in the body that may come and go. And although it could be described that way poetically, literally speaking, we need a better definition. Whereas we used to use the term soul to describe whatever fundamental essence allows us to experience this life. In modern times, we may use the word consciousness. And try it for yourself in older texts. Wherever someone uses the word soul, just imagine they said consciousness instead, and you'll see that it suddenly makes a lot more sense. Consciousness goes by many names, as it has for aeons, from soul to spirit to consciousness, awareness, the witness, the observer. Let that be your definition, because that's all the word means. It is that subject of life which experiences the objective world, that which sees all but cannot be seen, hears all but cannot be heard. Fire cannot burn it, water cannot wet it. And thank you, Borgbonk, for your pair of disco loves. Radhe, Radhe. Shelly, so you ask? It is consciousness that is in your brain, right? It is the brain that is immersed in consciousness. And thank you, Usha, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Shelly Sue, for your heart me. Loves the way you ask, have I ever tried to get out of the consciousness of the oneness of everything? Where is there else to go? The oneness of everything includes everywhere you have to go. To escape everything is an impossible task, because where can you escape to, if not more of that everythingness? And thank you, Shelly Sue, for your finger heart. Hariom Tat Sat. And Gina, thank you for your trio of roses. Gaia, you ask, what makes a false pretense? Expectations based on our limited experience of life. We have so many events in our life. We may come through inductive reasoning to pick out patterns and then apply it to a place where suddenly the pattern breaks. And life is full of those exceptions, aren't they? And Van Gogh Room, thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. I see your comment, Shannon. We will attend to the concept of sleep soon. And I thank you for your love and openness. Loves the way. Yes, you share. Tips for sleep, please. Please help with tips to sleep. Tips for sleep. Someone is very restless, it sounds like. How long roughly till we go through it? Right now. But just as I would encourage you to be patient with me, I would encourage you to be patient with yourself also. The more we put pressure on ourselves to sleep, the less we actually sleep. Conversely, it is when we feel like we shouldn't sleep, then sleep becomes that much more appealing. Oh, I don't want to study anymore. Maybe if I just continued studying in my bed. And then you get in bed with your studying supplies. Maybe I could just relax my eyelids for a few minutes. That wouldn't be so bad. You know what? I might as well have a nap. 30-minute nap would do. And then you wake up 6 hours later, and it's 3 in the morning, and you don't know where you are, who you are, what universe you're in. You've never been so dehydrated. You've got all those wrinkles on your face from sleeping on some material. You had the best nap in the universe. All because you weren't supposed to. So you can trick your mind into doing something else. And then when your mind procrastinates on that, you will sleep. In other words, the moment you give up on sleeping, your body will give up and you will sleep. If you can't sleep, do something else. And I promise you, you will get tired. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for your heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. Read a book. That's a great thing to do, Sakura. Gushia says, solve math equations in the brain to sleep. Oh yeah. How often we have wanted to fall asleep during our math class. Therefore, put yourself in math class and you will sleep. Whenever I am particularly desperate for sleep, one of my favorite things to do is watch carpentry, or people really good at chess, or people who are really good at playing Wordle. I seem to fall asleep to excellence, an excellence of something that I am not particularly interested in. Something very comforting about someone doing their best at a job that they have spent a long time practicing in. And thank you, Passion Flower, for your rose a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Melon Milk Drink, you shared that you just finished the Walking Dead series. But tell me, what kind of feelings are remaining with you? What perspectives did you gain? What ideas? What new thoughts? Pray tell. And thank you, Borg Bonk, for your subscription here. Know that you are always welcome here. And I am very grateful for this opportunity to become better acquainted with any way in which I can be of service to you. So thank you for that, and for your quartet of roses. Rosas, I should say. Radhe, Radhe. Now, could someone tell me the difference between a rose and a rosa? What is a rosa? You'd think by now, being gifted so many of them, that I would learn the difference. And I love the way you put that, Orla, on the topic of sleep. Sleep is so delicious, and you absolutely deserve it. I love that. And thank you, Frank, for your 9 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Donzuela, you share that it's a Spanish rose. Very interesting. I suppose that's how you say rose in Spanish. Rosa. Guobians, you ask, what do I chant after each rose? A mantra. Particularly a mantra that is dedicated towards Krishna, Radha, or any of their many different personalities. I have a photograph of them next to me. It's a living photograph of them traveling through space. One of those Harry Potter paintings that are animated. And Eve, thank you for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Passion Flower. I almost called you Passion Power or Fashion Power. Thank you for your quartet of roses. And I'm happy that you find a lot of peace here, Trey. Jade Monique, you are wondering, what are my hobbies? Well, right now, I've been investing a lot of my time in playing with my kitties, studying Sanskrit, and battling with the program I use to transcribe and partition these live streams. I love programming. Mel, you ask, what is the meaning of the bell? Well, I'll let it speak for me. And hello, Alice. Thank you for wishing me a beautiful evening. What is one thing I have done that surprised me? I think every day waking up is a big surprise, isn't it? Oh, that's right. Existence. Life. Consciousness. Bliss. It's pretty surprising. You know, there's no guarantee. There is no necessity. And that's what makes this experience necessary. Is that it has no necessity. A kind of unnecessary necessity. That's pretty surprising. Every time I wake up and here it is. The greatest story that's ever been told. The universe. Alexandra, you share that I put your son to sleep. He's never went to bed so quickly. Where is wood? I must knock on it. I know that having times of silence when your child is asleep, you'll take as much as you can get, right? What a blessing that is. Nikki, you share. OMG, you couldn't hear the bell with your left ear, only your right. That means your right brain believes in Santa Claus, but your left brain doesn't. That's a Polar Express joke. Crow, you had asked a minute ago, how old is Sanskrit? It depends on who you ask. And very intelligent people will get very passionate over the answer. The most conservative estimate is that it's at least 2,000 to 3,000 years old, but likely more, especially Vedic Sanskrit. More liberal estimate will push it back 5,000 years. Some people have even dated portions of the Rig Veda, according to linguistic analysis and studying vowel shifts and blah blah blah, all the way back to 8,000 years. And some people push it back even further to 15,000 years. But we're going into very hypothetical territory. Regardless of your disposition over the age of Sanskrit, it is very old. We all can agree on that. Gregorji, you share. Yamaji, you echo Tatvam Asi. What Sanskrit word have I learned recently that I'd like to share? means yes. So whenever someone is saying, they're saying yes, 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 yes. What was it? Yes. Hello, sir. Welcome to McDonald's. What can I get for you? Yes. Bradley, you ask, do I believe in all religions? I believe that truth is universal, and it is like an ocean, and all religions have had their attempt at exploring that ocean, but that ocean is so vast that no being has ever traversed it in its entirety, and there is much more to explore. And it's very salty, says Chris. Sherry, you ask, do I believe that Jesus is coming back? That second coming of Christ, the first happened outside, but let the second happen inside. Let Christ return in you. And thank you for all of humanity, for your rose, trio of finger hearts, and a pair of TikToks. Radhe, Radhe. I like that idea. Unoriginal name here. And yet there is so much originality in that name. You share that in your opinion, there was one religion and language that was broken into what we have now, so each holds a piece of the truth. And therefore, coming to put all the pieces together, we can have a fuller understanding. And SARS, you ask, do you think religions give us guides and stepping stones to find our own spirituality? Naturally, spirituality is the quest to discover the spirit, and although that spirit is within everything, we only have access to what's within us. And so that journey is a very personal one. It has to be. Because we are very personal people. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Cool beans, you ask. Do I read any fiction? I believe that there is no such thing. Because even in a story that has not taken place physically, still took place within someone's mind. And that is a very real experience. Therefore, all books are nonfiction. It's funny, Alice. We both took it to the extreme. I like that. Bradley, you ask, what do I believe about drinking and swearing? Well, without them, the Irish wouldn't exist. And we'd have no St. Patrick's Day. There'd be a lot less fun in the world. And a lot more traffic cones on the street. Enchantress Theodora, you share that you spent the day trying to help someone. I love to hear that. Feel free to share more about it. Alice, you ask a weird question. Do I get overstimulated by my hair sometimes? I do have a lot of it. And it does make me very itchy in my body during these live streams. All these strands touching here. At some point I just have to go, scratch it. But I love having long hair. I've always loved long hair. And then at some point in my life I realized, hey, why don't I do that too? Because I would love looking at other people's long hair. I think, wow, their hair is so beautiful. And then it took me a long time to realize, wait a second, I could do that too. Why wait to see the beauty in others when you can create that beauty for yourself? Or let that beauty unfold naturally. And thank you, Jessica. I'm laughing at your username. Jessica Booch to you. Makes me smile for some reason. Thank you for your half-dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Borgbank, thank you for your 35 tiny dinies. Yippee! Thank you, Alice. Enchantress Theodora, you share that you are of Irish ancestry, and all the alcohol you've had in 66 years could fit in one glass. There must be something else other than Irish in you. Speaking of having Irish ancestry myself. But I am the same way. I gave up drinking rather young in my life. Zach Mackie Mac, thank you for your cake. And happy birthday to you. Radhe, Radhe. I don't know if you can hear my cat Shadow meowing. Yes, I hear you. He wants the door open. I'm going to open it for him. wonderful people of the internet, Shadow. So many people say hi to you, Shadow. You are loved. And he just fell off the couch. And thank you, Sack Macky Mac, for your confetti. Radhe, oh Radhe. Orla, you share. He's disoriented from enlightenment. Shadow, are you disoriented from your enlightenment? Come up here. Come here. Come here. I love you. Hina, you share. The cats are so cute, like royalty. Yes, they are. You are a king. Yes, you are a prince of the meows. Prince Meow, if you will. Hi, I love you. Thanks for hanging out. What do I smell like? You sniffing me? Do I need to take a shower? They are spiritual beings. I concur, Marlon. And thank you, Paul, for your finger heart. Radhe, oh Radhe. Gaia, you ask, have I ever had my cards read? What kind of cards? I love you. You're so awesome. Do you know that? Cool Beans, you ask, what is the experience of love? Love is when someone allows you to give into them, to allow you the blessing of witnessing the potential in them unfold. Tarot card, says Gaia. I have asked the tarot deck before many questions, but I have found the most profound answers to have come when I least expect them to. Tina, you share that you once saw that in one of your dreams. You once saw me in one of your dreams while working with Lilith. That's lovely. Dawn, what was your question? Let me scroll up. You share that you're only asking because when you could see clearer. Is there a follow-up question to that, or a previous question which I cannot find? Noor, you ask, have I heard of sleeping described as minor death? No, but I have heard death described as major sleep. The great sleep, they call it. And good evening, Zach Maggie Mac. Thank you for staying here. Dawn, you say, when you smoke, you can see clearer. The ingesting of certain substances can give rise to an elevation of our senses, allowing us to see clearer, hear with more attention. We are able to distinguish the parts of our experience with a more careful discernment, but it is not necessary. There are many kinds of amplifications of our experience that may happen from within. For instance, the cannabinoids, they attach themselves to the cannabinoid receptors in our brain. Some may argue that's proof that we evolved with such substances. Until you realize that there are such things called endocannabinoids. Endo meaning produced from within. These endocannabinoids react the same way with our cannabinoid receptors. So one can literally be high on life, despite the fact that it's more of a saying. It truly is a genuine expression of a possibility of life. Marlon, you ask, or share rather, that it is said that cats can go into the spirit realm while they sleep. I believe that. And adios, Lucy. Thank you for hanging out, too. And Enchantress Theodora, you share that you have so many unopened tarot decks, and yet you have opened up to so many things with your heart. Open your heart rather than more merchandise. And thank you, Bobby So, for your pair of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Simo, you share that you feel like when people talk about ghosts or paranormal activities, it might just be confusion with the fourth dimension. I like that idea of unexplained phenomenon just being parts of life that aren't as explored as our regular areas of investment. We spend so much time on the 3D world and not enough time exploring more inner dimensions of life. Jessica, you ask, have I ever fell in love? I feel like I fall in love with everything. One time I even shed a tear while watching a car take a corner so gracefully. Something about the movement of the car just turning to where it needed to go, and the way the light reflected on the shades of paint on that car, my heart just opened. And I felt like I fell in love with that movement of that car. I think I fall in love with everything. And thank you, Mellow Maverick, for your 17 fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. Shadow's looking at the door handle, like, how do I turn this? He knows it's what's used to open the door, but he doesn't know how to use it. Alright, I will save him his troubles. Yes, I will open it for you. Shadow wouldn't stop smelling me. I think that means I need to take a shower, probably. At least, that's how I interpret it. And thank you, Ragnhildar, for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And hello, Eric. You ask, is that a sweet potato? No, it's yam. Ja? You share that you literally joined as you were thinking about taking a shower. You probably should. Probably. The universe has thus created this circumstance in order to inform you. Thus, it is time to cleanse your body and then cleanse your mind. And thank you, Gabby, for your 11 roses. Jai Sitaram. And Gloria, thank you for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Mr. Mate, you share that if you have a bad body odor, your cats bite you. You're like, what is this smell? This is terrible, man. I gotta punish you just for smelling like this. Cats do have sensitive noses. That's for sure. Thank you, Gabi. Alexandra, you share. Yam, I have a dilemma. Your mind avoids meditation deeply, but also craves it deeply. I have a good news for you. How come news isn't ever in the singular? There are news, but never new. I have a new for you, just one new. Engage your mind in something as you meditate. Instead of trying to eradicate all thoughts, let your mind expand, let it wander. One of my favorite forms of meditation is mantra meditation, mantra dhyana. Become absorbed in the bliss of chanting something. If you have an affiliation towards the Buddha, you may say, Namo Buddhaya, Om Namo Buddhaya, Om Namo Buddhaya, and you keep chanting that. Or maybe you have an affiliation with Shiva. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Or, if you are a Christian, you can do the Lord's Prayer on repeat. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Or you can do a longer mantra from the Rig Veda. Om Bhur Bhuva Svaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. If you are a Sikh, you can meditate on Sat Nam. It doesn't matter what your affiliation is. Humanity has been using chanting to enter meditative states for thousands of years. This idea that one must get into nirvikalpa samadhi, that is formless meditation, is very advanced stuff. And that comes much later. That emptiness of mind comes after you do your chanting. It is in the wake, so to speak. It is that spaciousness that remains after you fill your mind and then let the waters calm. So try not to silence your mind, but instead allow it to engage in devotional song. And thank you for dropping in to say hi, Ethan Spicy Consciousness. And thank you, Gloria, for a trio of donuts and a garland headpiece a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And you're very welcome, Alexandra. I trust that your chanting will take you to deeper and deeper places. And yes, what is your question, Marlin? Do ask. And July Moonchild, thank you for your heart me a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And July Moonchild, know that you are always welcome here. And Jennifer, you had asked, Yam, I'd like to be less in my head and worry. If you want to be more selfless, then you must become more otherful. Worry not about your own inadequacies. Worry about the inadequacies of others and how you can help them. Then the game is not to fix yourself, but to spread loving kindness everywhere you go. And that loving kindness you shall become witness to through the acts of your good service, and beauty arises from within. Marlon, you asked, what would be a good mantra if you are not religious, but you are more spiritual? Om. Om has no religious affiliation. Just meditate on Om. You can go very deep. You can get very high off of Om chanting, as Ram Dass would put it. No wonder it's the most stereotypical mantra, because it's the most powerful one. And thank you, King Mikey, for your trio of septets of roses a few minutes ago. Another heart me. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 sets of 7 roses each. Surely there is enough roses to go around for everyone to go home with one today. So thank you, King Mikey. Radhe, Radhe. And Gloria Rumble. I like your last name. Thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Zvich, you asked, what's the difference between religion and spirituality? Well, I ask you, what's the difference between a square and a rectangle? Thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Or rather, what's the relationship between squares and rectangles? You share a rectangle is longer. That is true. If you pair up the shorter side of a rectangle with a square, its proportion will be longer. Both are shapes, shares Jessica. Line, says Brady. It is Enchantress Theodora's answer that I was looking for. All squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are square. In other words, squares are special cases of rectangles, and rectangles are the more general shape. Likewise, religion is a special case of spirituality, and spirituality is the more general form. There are many ways of being spiritual without being religious. But if one is religious without being spiritual, then you are hardly religious at all. And Zaneta, thank you for your trio of friendship necklaces a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Moonflower Magic, thank you for your finger heart. Jai Sita Ram. And I like that, Enchantress Theodora. All cacti are succulents, but not all succulents are cacti. Subsets and supersets. I wish we taught set theory in early math education. And thank you, King Mikey, for the let 'em cook, 9 of them in fact, hanging lights, and a hat and mustache a few minutes ago, in addition to all your many roses. Radhe, Radhe. Alice, you shared that you have your driver's license test soon. Do I have any advice on how to calm your nerves? Well, I'm glad the question went that way. For advice on how to pass your driver's test is not something I can give you, given that I failed. And I thought, screw it, I'll just walk everywhere. And so I've been doing that. Sometimes I'll walk 3 hours to get to my destination, but I don't mind. How can you calm your nerves? You may calm your nerves by recognizing that you are not defined by the outcome. As long as you put in your best effort, which you will do, which is what we have always been doing, but that's another story, then you will be fine. You are entitled to the action itself, but not to its rewards. Remember that, and you will be free from stress of attachment to outcome. The greatest gift is the test itself, not what grade you get. Jennifer, thank you for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Zvich, you ask, so, as a Christian watching, how should you chant? Well, for example, you can take inspiration from your Catholic brothers who chant the Hail Mary on prayer beads. Prayer beads are also often called chanting beads. And you don't have to be a Catholic in particular to do the Hail Mary. Or you can do any verse, your favorite verse from the Bible. And you can keep meditating on that until you open up to the truth within it. Oftentimes, truth lay dormant within esoteric words, and repeating them over and over again is a good way to open them up. Just like how a geode on the surface looks like any other rock, but only after repeatedly hitting it with a hammer do you begin to open up to the beauty inside it. And King Mikey, thank you for your baker's dozen worth of roses as well, and 30 of them. Radhe, Radhe. And I also saw that in the bunch of sets of 7 roses that you sent, there are 3 that also had an extra 8th. So I thank you for those 3 roses that I didn't acknowledge directly. And Brady Boyer, thank you for your hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Alice. I accept your beautiful sentiments, and I offer the same in return, that your sleep be both beautiful and sweet. Thank you, Donald, for your rose a minute ago. Jai Sitaram. Zvich, you ask, Yam, do I consider myself a religious mutt. I like that. Or just respective of others' beliefs? It's a good question. I suppose there is truth to both of those. However, I'll tell you a short story. There were two people in a hospital. The first person thought, I might as well make some conversation while I'm here. So he asked the second person, "Why are you here?" The second person said, "I'm here because I didn't follow anyone's advice." "Why are you here?" The first person said in response, "Oh, that's very interesting. I'm here because I followed everyone's advice." Advice by itself is a good thing. And it is not the quantity which makes advice right. It is the quality. Similarly, there's another story for you. These same two people, perhaps. This is some lore, actually. This is a, what do you call it? A prequel to that story. They were out in the desert, and they were trying to find water. And so the first person, they dug a well 10 feet deep. And the second person, they dug a well 1 foot deep. Here and there and there and over there as well, and over here and there. They dug 100 wells 1 foot deep each. Can you guess which one of the two struck water first? It was the person who dug one well 10 feet deep. Even though the second person dug 10 times more in volume, it was that determination to stick with their path in which the first person found water. So although there is likely a spring throughout all of the land, to find that source, you have to stick one-pointedly with a particular path. Similarly, I believe that all religions are pathways open to that source. But if you do take a little bit from one and a little bit from another, then how can you go to find that one-pointed truth if you don't apply yourself one-pointedly? Thank you, King Mikey, for another Let 'em Cook. And 7 roses. Arium Tatsa. And how shall I pronounce your name? I'll just call you Zoa. Zoa. Thank you for your rose. And Gigi. Arium Tatsat. And Greg RG, you ask, wait, so how can I apply myself one-pointedly when I want so badly to learn from all cultures? Good question, and I will tell you the secret. Whatever that one method in which you apply yourself to, try to find the truth in that method in everyone else's method also. For example, let's say you are a devotee of Krishna, and For you, it is all about chanting the Mahamantra. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. That is your path. The simple one, the tried and true one. And then you see someone else who is a Christian. And what they are doing is they are attending church, they are reading from the Bible, they are asking questions to their priests. And consider how what you are doing is not so different from what they are doing. That you are trying to unpack that truth that you call Krishna in everything that you do. But that Christian is also trying to unpack Christ in everything that they do. And so, if you were just to swap the names of Christ and Krishna, you would find that they actually make a very good devotee of Krishna, and you make a very good devotee of Christ. Now that doesn't mean you have to be both a Christian and a Krishna devotee. But that does mean that you can find the essence of your path within everyone else. And so you are able to learn from everyone else, even if they are practicing something very different. And Brady Boyer, so far, the only person hating on others here is yourself. And with that, I am going to mute you for the rest of this live stream. See you next time. And thank you, Valeria, for your donut. Hari Om Tat Sat. Indeed, we should be hesitant when it comes to religious practices. But if we become intolerant to those which we deem intolerant, then we are no better ourselves. And therefore, although I certainly won't tolerate any kind of religious chauvinism or talking down on other people's paths, if we do the same talking down on those such people, then we are doing the very same thing that we are criticizing, aren't we? Thank you, Zealot, for your octet of cloud breads. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Tattvamasi, you share that you may have asked, but maybe not understood. What exactly attaches to desires and gives it continuity? It is our belief in them, that on the level of our intellect we have decided our happiness is in this thing, and our stubbornness refuses to let go of that idea that this thing gives us happiness, when really we are the ones allowing happiness to arise in experience of that sensation or circumstance or substance, whatever it is that we are attached to. Therefore, within our intellect, it is imperative to make this decision for ourselves, and it is a decision that we must come to, that our happiness is not in the experiences of the senses. And with that decision, the desires are quenched. The Desires may linger even after making that decision, but as long as you are patient and able to wait them out, then that is okay. And good night, Luz Reyes. You could say that perhaps it is more accurate to say that when it comes to desires, it is not the decision which causes the elimination of desires, or the lack of it to cause them to persist. It is the decision which allows you to be patient with your desires. You could say that even an enlightened person still has temptations arise. They are not averse to them, but they believe so strongly in their decision that happiness is within them, that they are able to conquer the desire through patience by waiting it out. You ask, but isn't every moment new? What gives it continuity? Ah, okay. Now I understand the question. Yes. Just as Alan Watts would say, you have no obligation to be the same person you were 5 minutes ago. So why desire the same things also? It is merely our belief in that continued identity which upholds the same attachments and desires. At the same time, realization of this alone is not enough to separate yourself from your previous identity and all the attachments that come with it, because we must transition slowly in life. Even if we understand that who we were 5 minutes ago is not necessarily who we have to be now, that doesn't mean we are able to flip a switch. I was about to say switch a flip, and suddenly become someone new. Life is defined by transition, gradients, and flow. And therefore, it is a process in order to go from one identity to another, to shift your associations from kusang to satsang. It is easiest on the system that way. As with any addiction, for example, perhaps the hardest but most direct way to stop an addiction is to quit cold turkey. But then the withdrawal will be so enormous that you might just end up relapsing. Therefore, with many desires in life, the solution is not to suddenly abstain yourself from partaking in them, but adjust slowly to the idea that you are independent from them in your happiness. And welcome back, Ja. You took a shower and came back. Well, I'm very happy that you are nice and clean now. And thank you, Sharon Boo, for your heart me. 11 roses, applause, a finger heart, a friendship necklace, and another 11 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Anissa, thank you for your rose too, a few minutes ago. Jai Sita Ram. thank you, Southern Unique Jewelry Company, for your hat and mustache, ski goggles, a tiny yippee, a TikTok, a Gigi, a rose, a cloud bread, an ice cream cone, a TikTok, another cloud bread, some sunglasses, a slice of birthday cake, some hand hearts, a pair of let 'em cooks, a confetti, and a whole galaxy. Thank you. You humble me in your generosity. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Nagato, El Gato, you share that you have a headache, wisdom teeth removed. I've heard that could be a very intensive procedure. So good for you for going through such a thing. I am sure that it will ultimately strengthen your character. What does Nagato El Gato mean? I know what El Gato means, but what does Nagato mean? Also means cat? Cat the cat? And thank you for finding a place within this space to chill. Southern Unique Jewelry Company. And thank you, Safis, for your finger heart a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Alexandra, you ask, do I ever get energetic headaches? I'm not sure. I suppose all headaches are energetic. If you ever get one, you are welcome to send it my way instead. I'll experience your headache for you. Wouldn't that be nice? Please, can you take my headache? If I could, I would. Zealot, you ask, can you record my voice for a singing birthday card? Sure. Why don't you contact me outside of the live stream on my other accounts? And thank you, Southern Unique Jewelry Company, again for your lovely presents. And Maria del Pilar, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat and Tatvamasi. Thank you for your quintet of roses. Jai Sitaram. Nagato El Gato, you share that Nagato is your cat's name. It's a Japanese name that means long-lasting gate. It also has gato in it. So I've gathered. I love that. Long-lasting gate. The cat. For a gate is but a doorway that opens you up to a beautiful expanse beyond. and through your love of your cat. Indeed, that openness, that expansion, soon shall follow, for you have given love to the universe in the form of Nagato. That love shall be returned with redoubled intensity, and in that you will find the wisdom that may have been lost from your procedure to have your wisdom teeth removed. And Safis, thank you for your octet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gardening Gregarji, you share. You thought I had only one account. Did I tell him to contact one of the scammers? Yes, he's gonna reach out to the official Yam tarot reading. No, if you go to the link tree in my bio, although I don't have other accounts here, I do have other platforms, which I am better suited for responding to you there. Like on my Telegram, for instance, or WhatsApp. Jennifer, you ask, Yam, any tips on how to stay in alignment? You don't need to be in alignment, my dear. Just as a flower will go straight, unless it needs to grow into a certain direction because there is more sunlight, or it is abstaining from the shadows. A flower doesn't have to be a perfect straight line in order to grow. Let yourself adapt and flow. Aligning to the source doesn't mean that you become aligned in everything that you do. There is room for change, for growth. There is room for a curved path. Heliotropic flowers. Thank you, Enchantress, for such a wonderful word. Heliotropic. Sunbound, I assume. And good night, Mahina. Sweet dreams and namaskar. And thank you, Brass, for your tiny yippee and a heart me. Jai Sitaram. Manuel, you ask, where are all the philosophy videos you once watched? They are now within you. So I hope you were listening the first time. And thank you, Jennifer, for your trio of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Zealot, you share that your word of the day, the other day, was plangent, and you keep wanting to use it like plangential. What is a plangent? Greg RG, you share that you Googled it often. You Googled it, and you be doing that often. Well, now I am very curious. And thank you, Manda, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now, why don't we read from another section of the Pocket Pema Chodron. This is a book that we've been reading rather randomly, here and there, filled with many such wonderful verses from Pema Chodron, one of the wisest women in the world. My phone is about to start vibrating, and Zealot, you share that plangent is a word used to describe things that are deeply and complexly sorrowful and affect one's psyche like an existential sadness. I like that. Yes, that sounds like life itself. And now that my phone is vibrating, it has snoozed. Alright. It has escaped my grasp. I meant to silence it rather than snooze it, but such is the nature of Maya. Always fickle. But yes, we are going to be reading from another section of the Pocket Pema Chodron. Today we will read number 106, Approaching Life as an Experiment. Approaching life as an experiment. And much love to you, Andre. My teacher, Trungpa Rinpoche, encouraged us to lead our lives as an experiment, a suggestion that has been very important to me. When we approach life as an experiment, we're willing to try it this way and that way, because either way, we have nothing to lose. This immense flexibility is something I learned from watching Trungpa Rinpoche. His enthusiasm enabled him to accomplish an amazing amount in this life. When some things didn't work out, Rinpoche's attitude was, no big deal. If it's time for something to flourish, it will. If it's not time, it won't. The trick is not getting caught in hope and fear. We can put our whole heart into whatever we do, but if we freeze our attitude into, for, or against, we're setting ourselves up for stress. Instead, we could just go forward with curiosity, wondering where this experiment will lead. Approaching life as an experiment. Thank you for listening with me. I'm glad you liked that a lot, Zealot. And thank you, Drew ESP, for your rose a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. I will post this, Andre. Don't you worry. Sky Guardian, one of our audience members, has volunteered to clip all the readings. So if ever you want to listen to them in particular, they are on the Yamsox Live's YouTube channel in a dedicated playlist. Thank you, Moonflower Magic, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Denko, you ask, how am I breathing in space without an astronaut's helmet? I am refreshed by all of the wonderful air that is produced by the plants, flora around me. Who are such plants? All of you, which radiate so much life, so much freshness. And Sarah Lynn, thank you for your pair of tiny tinies. Yahoo! Now it is getting rather late. I think it is time that we begin to wrap things up for tonight. So that's what plangent means. Well said, Southern Unique Jewelry Company. Before we go tonight, there are 3 things I'd love to do with you all. From reading a short part of a story known as Roar the Ganges, to chanting a rare mantra from the Shiva Purana. But before both of those things, I'd like to ask you all the question of the day, which you are welcome to participate in. Even you. My question of the day today is, what is your favorite way to show someone love? There are many ways in which we show someone love, but I'm interested in your favorite way. I'm interested in a unique or underrated method of giving love that maybe could deserve more attention. Music, says having fun. Music is a great way of expressing love, and I love that. Loving life? You say cuddles. Cuddles are underrated. I agree. By listening and responding, says Johnny Kingpin. That's a wonderful way of showing love and having fun. You add that, a playlist per se. Carefully manufacturing some songs for another person to listen to. A wonderful form of expressing our feelings and our love towards someone. That's very nice of you. And Zealot, you like to listen to them and show them that you're interested in who they are. So sweet. We need more zealots in the world. I mean, we need more zealots like yourself. And Andre, you ask, will I tell you all my favorite way? After I listen to all of yours, of course. You have the floor. Jennifer, you share acts of service. I like that. It's very simple and so pure. And hello, Natividad. And Southern Unique Jewelry Company, you share listening and holding space. And that's wonderful. Addie, you show your love by cooking or baking for them, acts of service, and being attentive. And Insane, you share that you cook for them. What a delicious form of love that is. You could really say, in that case, that the secret ingredient is love. and Autumn Price. You care for them, feed them, let them take a long shower, and above all, just be there when you're needed. So wonderful. In cooking dinner, shares Suzanne. Enchantress Theodora, you share that you do random acts of crochet kindness. That's so sweet, and I love the way you put that. And Tiffany, you share through services and acts of kindness without expectations. And I love how you emphasize kindness without expectations. Such a pure form of love. Isabella, you share through quality time. And Doi, you share by kindness. Mistra, you share hugs and being supportive. OZ, you share vibing gratitude. I like that a lot. Gratitude is a vibe. Anila, you share that you like sharing everything with the ones you love. You'd be a good person to play Minecraft with. Addie, you share by allowing them to be who they are. Now that is true love. Moonflower Magic, you share. Help them in their garden. Loving Life, you share. Writing them letters. So sweet. My phone is vibrating again. This time I plan on stopping it. There we go. Now we won't be interrupted again. And thank you, Tiffany, for your rose a few minutes ago. Ariom Tatsa. And Violet Eyes. Thank you for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Cooking for them, says Tom Terrific. Having fun, you add that massage is a good one. Enchantress, you miss having a garden. You would probably cry if someone helped you. You know, I wait for the day that my mother asks me to help her with her garden. But she loves it so much. I don't think she wants the help. I'd be taking away from her gardening experience. Thank you, it's Sarah Lynn, for another tiny too. And Isabella, thank you for your rosa, or your pair of roses. Arion Tatsa. Having fun, you add that massage is definitely romantic, intimate. I agree that it is very intimate, but it doesn't have to be romantic. I mean, many of us go get massages, but that doesn't mean we have a romantic connection with our masseuse. And I used to love giving my friends massages. It's one of the strange ways that I got my way out of being bullied. So I'd walk up behind my bully and I'd just start massaging their neck. And they'd go, "Hey, what are you doing?" Actually, yeah, that's the spot. How'd you know? I've been tense there, man. Thank you. That's good. And thank you, Orla, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Pop. I am happy that you find something within me that you like. And Zealot, you share that you used to do that too. Nobody wants to beat up the masseuse. No, but everyone wants to be beat up by the masseuse, if you know what I mean. And thank you, Up the Freeway, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Ragnhildur, thank you for your swan. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Sinyad, you share that your favorite way is to cuddle. I love that. And thank you, Jacob Rostek. You have a good night as well, my friend. And thank you for your half-dozen roses. Radhe Radhe. And I thank you all for exploring this question of the day with me together. I am sure that we could keep exploring this forever and ever as we all learn new favorite ways to express our love. And Southern Unique Jewelry, you're asking my turn. And yes, Andre wanted me to answer as well. What is my favorite way of expressing love? Being open to new ways in which people would like me to express my love. Just as there is no one method to love, I am always learning in my ability to love. And that, in turn, is yet another way we can love, by being open itself to the many forms that love may take. And thank you, Jacob, for your hat and mustache too. Shalomi, homie. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for the Let 'em Cook. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Southern Unique Jewelry Company, thank you for your tiny, tiny toe. And thank you, Violet Eyes, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Rosalien, thank you for your heart, mate. Loving life, you share that your cat took off when I made that noise. My apologies. I must have inspired in them some task that needs to be done. And although I caution myself from using this word, although not to pick up on any algorithmic filters, Orla, you share that the problem is that it's very difficult to access because of our societal ideals around physical intimacy, and that you don't believe that eroticism is the opposite of spirituality. It aids in your experience. This sounds like a topic for another day. We could surely go into this. However, I concur that a lot of the problems surrounding our sexuality has a lot to do with the limitations imposed by society, rather than them by themselves being a limiting experience. And that is what the famous sutra on physical interaction of tantric text, Kama Sutra, talks about. There are many ways to use that sexual energy towards something even higher and more profound, and having the openness and vulnerability to experience that can be a deep spiritual experience. Indeed. But for now, we'll put a pin in that train of thought. And we'll be reading from another section of The Roar of the Ganges before we go tonight. This is a book written by Swami Taratmananda, who is the guru of one of our Sanghis, our members here, who has gifted it to me and through me to all of you as we read about his journey as Mark through his endeavor to become a Swami, a spiritual renunciant. While I sat on my cot reading, my friend Vijay knocked at the door. He looked pensive, somber. I suspected this was not a casual visit. Even though my guru, Swami Dayananda, had instructed both Achyut and I, who were getting initiated, to observe silence as much as possible before the initiation, I invited my friend Vijay to come in. He sat down sullenly and said, "Mark, I am having a question that is very hard to talk about, but you are being a close friend and are very kind to me also, so I am thinking that I can ask my questions to you." "Of course, Vijay," I said, feeling both curious and concerned. "What is it?" "I am wanting to know how you are handling problem with women. This is a very difficult issue to me." Vijay hesitated, summoning the courage to continue. "Last year, I was falling in love with one girl. You are probably being very surprised by this, but I could not talk about it before." I carefully avoided expressing any surprise. "So, what happened?" "I enjoyed being with her. We were talking and laughing sometimes, but then she was being very embarrassed by my attention. Now she is avoiding me." Vijay's voice trembled. I doubted Vijay would reveal more details, so I asked, "Do you think you might want to leave the spiritual life? Would you like to get married someday?" "No," he said emphatically. "I cannot be doing that. I am wanting sadhu life only. But sometimes I am getting confused by my feelings." "Yes, I understand how you feel. It is a horribly painful conflict when your value for sannyas, renunciation, collides with these powerful desires. It's like the two warring clans of the Mahabharatam, fighting an enormous battle inside your mind and heart." "You are also knowing this conflict?" Vijay asked, looking bemused. "Yes, sure I do. I went through it during the course in Pennsylvania. I fell in love with a woman, one of the students there, but our mutual attraction created an incredible conflict for me. I really loved her, but I also had a tremendous value for sannyasa." Vijay's eyes opened wide. "What did you do?" "I went to my guru, Swami Dayananda, for advice. He understood the situation completely and encouraged me to accept my feelings as being natural. When I asked him, what should I do, he simply said, 'What can you do?' I told Vijay that Swami Dayananda recognized my helplessness over such powerful emotions. He would have supported me either way. After the course was over, I could have gotten married, or I could have become a sannyasi. Both lifestyles were acceptable in his eyes. Unfortunately, the turmoil I felt only grew more intense. Sometimes I needed her. Sometimes I needed to be free from her. I was not able to commit myself to a relationship, nor was I able to let go. The saddest part is that my ambivalence hurt her deeply. Finally, we both realized that our relationship could never be successful. Afterwards, Swami Dayananda made a very astute observation about me. He noted that I needed a relationship, but I didn't need it enough. He suggested that I find other ways to satisfy my emotional needs, through friendships, through teaching activities, and by being of service to people. I learned a really important lesson from that painful relationship. My emotional needs are normal, but if I try to satisfy them through a romantic relationship, I will only succeed in causing pain and confusion for myself and the person I like. I still feel awful about the pain I caused by my mistake. It taught me a lesson. I said to Vijay, "But you don't have to go through all that. You know what they say, a fool learns from his mistakes, but a wise person learns from the mistakes of others." We both laughed, but then Vijay grew serious again. "I am having one more question," he said. A long pause followed. Then with great effort, he asked, "What about sex?" I bit my cheek to keep from smiling. This is an embarrassing, forbidden topic for brahmacharis, students raised in India, where they have few opportunities even to associate with people which they are attracted to, much less for sexual intimacy. I wondered if celibacy might even be more difficult for those like Vijay, for whom sexual experience was totally unknown. Its mysterious fascination might then linger as a relentless source of temptation. I considered myself fortunate to have enjoyed youthful sexual exploration and satisfying adult relationships common for those of my generation. I discovered the joys of sexual intimacy as well as its ordinariness. But for someone who has had none of these experiences, curiosity and unfulfilled desires might fester like unhealed wounds. I reflected on the ancient Vedic convention establishing 4 stages of life. There is much wisdom in a scheme that reserves sannyas, renunciation, for the years following married life. Nevertheless, many seekers want and deserve to be initiated while still young and unmarried. Their struggle may be greater, but generations of healthy, mature sadhus bear witness to the fact that sexual desires can indeed be overcome. I explained all this to my embarrassed friend. I confessed that sex is probably not as wonderful as he might think, and I reminded him that the intensity of his desires would certainly fade in time. But, in spite of my vigorous reassurance, I knew Vijay faced a difficult struggle. If I had been in his situation, I don't know how well I would have faced the challenge of lifelong celibacy. And there we'll pause our reading for tonight. Before we go, however, I thank you all for listening and for joining me tonight. We will be doing one more session, that is a chanting session, in which we will be reciting a very old and rare mantra for Shiva, also known as Shankaraji, from the Shiva Purana. And thank you, Tatmamasi, for your 6 roses a few minutes ago. And Amber, thank you for your 38 roses. Jai Sitaram. And Isabella, thank you for your fire. Radhe Radhe. And Melinda, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Kilo, thank you for your pair of roses and your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. MJ, you shared that you missed another day due to work. Well, I suppose that's better than missing another day of work. I'm happy to have you here. Is the free PDF available yet? I don't think so. But I've asked Sky Guardian to ask Swamiji, his guru, whenever he gets the chance to. So I'm going to be minimizing the background music that we have been listening to so far, so that we can maximize the music that we'll be chanting along with. And this is the first time I'll be listening to it, so I don't know the rhythm or pronunciation either. We'll explore it together, with much room for error allowed. And it is a particularly long one. I'm not even sure if it'll fit on your screen. But that's okay. You're welcome to just listen anyway. But it's very small. In fact, I'll just pull up a different copy so I can read it. Chira kala gatam vastu labhate sahasa durvam, which means something like, swift and sure is the recovery of long-lost possessions. And then we'll go into Raja Brasto Labhed Rajam Shankarasya Prasadadaha. By Shankara's favor, a dethroned ruler regains their kingdom, and so on. It is a homage to Shiva, the Adiyogi, the ultimate yogi in the Hindu pantheon, so to speak. Shiva is known for being particularly open to everyone's prayers, no matter who you are. If you devote yourself to Shiva, Shiva will grant all your prayers, even if you are the biggest sinner of all sinners. And sometimes that leads to a lot of conflict. The other deities say, "Hey, Shankarji, why did you give this spiritual power to a demon? Don't you know who that was?" "Yes, but that demon was chanting my name." "Don't you know the conflict that will arise?" "Sure, but if anyone prays for me to take that power away from the demon, I will also grant them that boon." Shiva is non-biased. All right.
चिरकालगतं वस्तु लभते सहसा ध्रुवं राज्यभ्रष्टो लभेत् राज्यं शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः कारागारश्मशाने च शत्रुग्रस्तेति सङ्कटे गभीरेति जलाकीर्णे भग्नपोते विषादने रणमध्ये महाभीते हिस्रजन्तु समन्विते सर्वतो मुच्यते स्तुत्वा शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः चिरकालगतं वस्तु लभते सहसा ध्रुवम् राज्यभ्रष्टो लभेत् राज्यम् शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः कारागारश्मशाने च शत्रुग्रस्तेति सङ्कटे गभीरेति जलाकीर्णे भग्नपोते विषादने रणमध्ये महाभीते हिस्रजन्तु समन्विते सर्वतो मुच्यते स्तुत्वा शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः चिरकालगतं वस्तु लभते सहसा ध्रुवम् राज्यभ्रष्टो लभेत् राज्यम् शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः कारागारश्मशाने च शत्रुग्रस्तेति सङ्कटे गभीरेति जलाकीर्णे भग्नपोते विषादने रणमध्ये महाभीते हिस्रजन्तु समन्विते सर्वतो मुच्यते स्तुत्वा शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः चिरकालगतं वस्तु लभते सहसा ध्रुवम् राज्यभ्रष्टो लभेत् राज्यम् शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः कारागारश्मशाने च शत्रुग्रस्तेति सङ्कटे गभीरेति जलाकीर्णे भग्नपोते विषादने रणमध्ये महाभीते हिस्रजन्तु समन्विते सर्वतो मुच्यते स्तुत्वा शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः चिरकालगतं वस्तु लभते सहसा ध्रुवम् राज्यभ्रष्टो लभेत् राज्यम् शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः कारागारश्मशाने च शत्रुग्रस्तेति सङ्कटे गभीरेति जलाकीर्णे भग्नपोते विषादने रणमध्ये महाभीते हिस्रजन्तु समन्विते सर्वतो मुच्यते स्तुत्वा शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः चिरकालगतं वस्तु लभते सहसा ध्रुवम् राज्यभ्रष्टो लभेत् राज्यम् शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः कारागारश्मशाने च शत्रुग्रस्तेति सङ्कटे गभीरेति जलाकीर्णे भग्नपोते विषादने रणमध्ये महाभीते हिस्रजन्तु समन्विते सर्वतो मुच्यते स्तुत्वा शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः चिरकालगतं वस्तु लभते सहसा ध्रुवम् राज्यभ्रष्टो लभेत् राज्यम् शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः कारागारश्मशाने च शत्रुग्रस्तेति सङ्कटे गभीरेति जलाकीर्णे भग्नपोते विषादने रणमध्ये महाभीते हिस्रजन्तु समन्विते सर्वतो मुच्यते स्तुत्वा शङ्करस्य प्रसादतः
That was fun. That one was also very much a challenge for me, as I'm sure it was for some of you as well. So thank you very much for chanting or listening with us. And yes, as Tatvamasi says in response to Jack Honey, the language is Sanskrit. This is an excerpt from a very old story known as the Shiva Purana. And here we are paying homage to that divinity known as Shankara. Stumbling along merrily. Well said, Orla. And you got lost a few times. I was lost the whole time. That's quite all right. It is the attempt that matters, not one's perfection. And Usha, thank you for that finger heart a moment ago. Radhe, Radhe. Orla, you share Shiva looking down, smiling calmly at us, stuttering and swaying around. A vibe. Well said. That's the sentiment. Happy to hear it. And thank you, the Canuck Gypsy, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. As always, I will be uploading the recording of this live stream to my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. There also, the chanting sessions and the reading sessions are clipped by Sky Guardians, voluntary help. Additionally, in the description of each of these live streams, I've written a program that extracts, partitions, transcribes, then parses the transcription so that you may have an expansive chapter system in the description. So that archive channel is very much alive with unique thumbnails, titles, and summaries as well in the description, but most importantly, that chapter system in which you can click on exactly which segment of the live you wanted to click on, down to the minute, since we cover so many topics. And I've been very active in uploading to my ASMR YouTube channel, Yamsox ASMR. Both YouTube channels are linked in the link tree in my bio, by the way. We've been reading through the Bhagavad Gita ASMR style, and I just realized the lyrics are still on screen. And we've read all the way up to the 7th chapter now. Also, I had a chanting tutorial on that posted a few days ago, learning how to chant and use mala beads for meditation, relaxation, and even anxiety relief, which is one of the big reasons I chant personally. And many more fun stuff will be on that channel. Tatvamasi, you ask, can you suggest the Bhanumati Naras Simhan for the future? A future chant session. Yes, you can, and let me copy and paste that. I don't think I am able to. I'll type it out then in my notes while I have a moment. Okay. Got it. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of Gigis. Jai Sita Rama. And on my microphone, these give me so much joy. These yam socks. They're socks with yams on them. Also next to me is a toque with a tiny on it that says, And both of these ridiculous items of apparel are on the store section of the link tree in my bio, in case you ever want something in return for supporting me. Right now, I am saving up for a trip to India, as most of you know. So a little bit goes a long way, but there is never an expectation. That is just a possibility. That is never necessary. Thank you all for joining me today in this Sangha. I very much am grateful for even the opportunity to be here with you all. Thank you. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the Divine Masculine and Divine Feminine. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. And thank you for being here, Dansuela. And you as well, Anna and Sakura. And peace and love to you, Gregor. Thank you, Orla. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. And I will be back here tomorrow, around the same time, 5 p.m. Pacific time. Assalamu alaikum. Namo Buddhaya. Satnam. Hare Krishna. Shalom. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. That's a new one. Hallelujah.